That you pulled out?
Thursday leaving Aqua.
Sorry.
Oh, no, Thursday to CSDA.
Thank you.
Interview.
We usually leave a little after 5:15, something like that. What time does the thing start?
It
6?
officially starts at 6 to drink, and then it officially starts at 6:30.
Yeah, so I think we usually leave like 5:15, 5:20
All right,
from here. Yeah.
I'll be here.
All right.
Thank you.
Good.
A
No,
lot of stuff.
I don't like driving by
A lot
myself.
of
so
stuff
that's
going on.
Yours is right there.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Did I take it?
No, you.
Oh,
Very good.
oh, okay. I got it. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I did. Okay. Touch your stuff.
You got green confidence? Yeah. Okay. Patty.
Rainbow Patty.
Patty's not coming today.
If everyone can please turn on their microphones.
Call to order for the regular Board of Directors meeting for Rainbow Municipal Water District. For February 25th, 2025. Roll call, please.
President Hamilton,
Here.
Vice President Mack,
Here.
Director Hoffman,
Here.
Director Irvine.
Here.
And we'll note Director Townsend Smith absent. Thank you.
Please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Additions, deletions, or amendments to the agenda. I have a request to move item 9G to the top of action items. And
I have one, we'd like to add, item under, let's see, sorry. Under 14, closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D2, one case. We'd like to add that as item 14B.
okay, are there any other additions or amendments, deletions to the agenda?
Item 14B, since we're adding that to the agenda.
As a vote.
Yeah.
That was the next thing.
You're a pro.
No, I got whispered in my ear. If there are no other additions, deletions, or amendments to the agenda, do I have a motion to accept the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Irvine. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion passes for the amended agenda. The item number 6, public comment. Any person may address the board at this time upon any subject not identified on this agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the Rainbow Municipal Water District. However, any matter that requires action will be referred to staff for report and action at a subsequent board meeting. As to matters on the agenda, if a request is made, request to make a public comment is received, an opportunity will be given to address the board when the matter is considered. I do have a number of speaking. We did that. Oh, excuse me, I skipped this one. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
As amended. So moved.
Moved by Director Irvine, seconded by Director Hamilton. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion passes. I do have a number of speaking slips. If you will please limit your comments to 3 minutes. I'll call Mark Lowell first. Okay. I see. Okay. Then I will jump to Chuck Leatherberry. And I assume you all are locked off? Okay. Same here. Yes, please. I can identify with your issues.
Right. So first of all, I'd like to thank the members of the board for volunteering their time and also to Jake. He's been great in his new position, helped us with the crop swap program. He's been real responsive. So we really appreciate it. I understand a group of farmers coming here today, and I'm here to talk about 2-inch and 4-inch fixed meters charges, both running and when they're shut off, locked off. And what I'd like to say, first of all, is that 2-inch and above, you're really going to do something with ag or fallow. You have to keep the land clear. And so 2-inch and above, you really are supporting the character of the community. Everybody enjoys looking at the ag, even if it's open space, making sure it's cleared and not brush. So it's beautiful. It also acts as a fire break. My brother-in-law was with the fire department here recently, and they had a seminar, and it's good for fire breaks, having irrigation. They like that. Yet, third thing is you really have to have a passion for it, because unfortunately you're going to lose money. You're just not making money doing ag now. Our property itself, we've got a 3-inch, 2 inches. One of the 2-inch, one of the 3 inches are locked off, but we're still paying fixed meter fees. The 3-inch fixed meter fee is basically equal to a property tax payment. I mean, it's very, very large. The 2-inch is very, very large also. It's with ag right now, it's extremely difficult to make money at it. Again, you have to have a passion for it, because right now you're not going to. So, I mean, that's kind of the big point I want to make, is that it's not just about us, it's about the community. It improves the character of the community. It improves everybody's view. It improves property value. And this is for the 2-inch and above. And I'm not sure that anybody has 2 inches that's not putting in some kind of ag, or it's big enough for ag and they have to make the decision to go into ag, whether it's grapes or whatever. So we need to have the cost being reasonable. Now, I understand you've got a committee that looks at the different things, so I'm sure you've got your own findings. But two things that I might suggest is, one, it would be to cap the maintenance fees at like the 1-inch level. When you go above the 2 and 3 inch, you're dealing with ag. And you can't, right now, it's just hard as hell you're doing it for a passion, you're doing it for a landscape, you're doing it for a break. You're not making money. Very, very difficult. And if something happens to me, my kids can't afford it. So we need to work on the cost structure. That's what we're doing. Again, Jake and the crop swap program helps. We've seen some jump up in avocados coming out of Mexico. Mexico right now has killed the U.S. industry, as you probably know. 90% plus are coming from Mexico. So that's really it. And the other thing would be to have no fees and locked off meters. So right now on 2-inch and 3-inch, we have 2 that are locked off, and we're paying hefty fees. Again, it's a property tax amount. It's one of our highest costs, and they're locked off. So again, the 2 things I would request your committee to look at, one is to cap fixed meter charge rates at, the 1-inch meter charge. Anybody doing above that's improving the community and maintaining the character of the community. And then to cap locked off. To stop or not to have any fees for meters that are locked off. Those are really the 2 things. Does anybody have any questions I can answer?
Yeah, could you go back on the 1-inch? What was it exactly that you were suggesting?
Well, I guess the residential is mostly, as I understand it, is is going to be under
1.1.
2 inches. It's going to be a 1 inch or 1.5 inch or whatever. I don't know the specifics of it. But when you get up to, everybody know that's 2 inches or above has some degree of ag or is trying to go to ag. Or you want to incentivize them if they've shut the water off to their grove, you want them to put in vineyards or do something else.
So the lock off that you're kind of suggesting would be 2 inch meters and above?
Right. Everything is 2 inch meters and above,
Right.
which is a small number. So look at it, it's a small number. It's all ag or people you want to be ag because maybe they've turned the meter off. And yeah, and then, so like, for example, on the 3 inch that we have that's shut off, it's in a valley floor that we had 40 years of 3 different nurseries in. And then we had farming after that. It's been fallow for the last 10 years. And it's really expensive to keep it mowed and the fire break there. But I mean, it's beautiful. We enjoy it. Our kids enjoy it. Our neighbors enjoy it. But we have to pay a huge amount of fixed fees on a locked off 3 inch meter and a locked off 2 inch meter, which is just, so expensive. And, between all the expenses that you have, it's just one that you wouldn't expect to be so high.
So you have the potential of using it. It's just capped off.
Yeah, for 10 years, we had it certified organic and I thought, boy, I'll have, strawberry growers or somebody come in here. It's going to be really valuable. And I called all the large growers in California, and sent flyers and very, very nice. Spoke to the managers of many of them. And they just said, we're moving to Mexico. We're not coming back due to regulations mostly. And so you have not to spend up too much time, but like Driscoll, which was in by Oceanside Produce. They picked up, went down to Mexico. They said, we have 10,000 acres down there. They moved their berry production down there and it shut down much of the berry production here in California. And they were by Oceanside Produce. So, I couldn't believe it. I wasn't familiar with it. But as I understand, if you go below Ensenada now, it's just unbelievable the amount of produce there and then the mainland. So it's extremely competitive. And even the big boys like Driscoll are putting the other big guys out of business, or they have to move to Mexico to compete. So it really is hard. So again, you're kind of back to why are you doing it? Well, passion, landscaping, fireproofing. It's not about making money. And I think some people look at a big grove and go, God, they must make a lot of money. No.
No.
Thank you very much. Mr. General Manager, do you have any comments? Anything on this issue?
Yeah, we've talked through this and it's good. Timing is good. We are taking a look right now at all of our fees for service and that kind of falls in that bucket. So I think we'll take a look and see
Appreciate it.
what's going on, especially on the the lock offs, the seasonal shut offs, things like that. I've already kind of started to dig into that a little bit. And
That's great. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. So we hear your concerns.
All right. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I'll add that there's a state regulation called readiness to serve that we have to comply with.
Yeah, no.
I'm also a locked off meter.
Oh,
One of the reasons I'm on the board is that locked off meter.
it's
Okay.
frustrating, isn't it?
In 2012, there was a court case in Northern California, which basically a ratepayer sued the district relative to his neighbor that was locked off, saying because his water meter can be turned on within a 24 or 48-hour period, he has the same access to water that I have, but he's not paying for the infrastructure fixed charges that I am. And the state came back and ruled in his favor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I locked off in 2011. I got the 12-month waiting period that Rainbow required. My rates went to 0 for 1 month and then went back to where they'd been.
Oh, God.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we've been locked off on the 3 inch for like 20 years.
Years, yeah.
Yeah. And it's very frustrating because I thought, for sure we'd have a grower in there. You need to be a little bit careful with the nurseries. They're not as clean. You got to be careful with, we call them dirty farmers, the farmers market guys.
Yeah.
They're not as clean. So it's just, again, it's been over 10 years now.
But the issue is it's one that we identify with and that Jake hears from on a
Oh, I
regular
appreciate
basis.
Yeah.
And we're trying to find a creative way to address it.
And just so that everybody else in the board understands is that to be a good neighbor, you have to get out there and flail mow that. And, at least twice a year, spray the weeds that come up. Keep poison oak from being near neighbors because that becomes poison if it catches fire. So really because of the fire, particularly because of the fire issue, you have to keep that cleared, the land cleared. And my brother-in-law has done a great job on the tractor, but it literally takes a long time. You can only go 1 or 2 miles an hour on that tractor.
We'll have staff look into this issue and they'll bring this item back to us.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
The rest of the story is if you lock off the meter, you're going to be subject to the standby charge.
Right.
If you remove the lateral, which is a silly move, but that's the requirement, you have to remove the lateral
Lateral.
all the way back to the main. And that seems silly. That's like a stupid
Well-
rule that could be amended because we could remove the meter, cap it off. It just seems like sometimes we shoot ourselves in the foot.
Well, and what's worse is if you cap it off and remove the meter and you decide to restore it, you pay capacity fee.
Which on a 2-inch meter is $91,000.
Yeah.
In Rainbow.
Yeah.
Which again.
So it is an issue. We'll see what we can do is all I can say.
Save some staff.
I have another comment, well, actually 2 more. Sorry. Jennifer, you have ag rates in my inability to continue farming with the world's best avocados. Bantley, thank you.
Hi there. I was invited by another farmer just to tell you what's going on at my farm. My name's Jennifer Bantley Avocado Farm. I'm a farmer advocate. I was elected to the Farm Service Agency for USDA on the county committee. I've been advocating for all of us farmers in San Diego for the last 3 years. I have had 1 good year out of 14. And the water rates have really been the hardest part for us. Last year, our water bill was $35,000 and I made $9,300. My business is falling apart at the seams. I have had cancer in the last 7 years that I've been battling. This is a very challenging business for me and my husband to continue doing. And so in 2 days, I will be cutting down 220 of my trees to save on my water bill. It's heartbreaking for me to do that. I'm very emotionally attached to my trees. So we bought it as an investment to help with putting our kids through college. The only thing it did was lower my tax rate. So there's that. Gosh, I really hope that we can continue doing this. And I really advocate for all of the farmers in San Diego. There used to be over 3,000 avocado farmers. There's less than 1,700 now. And in San Diego, I believe we have 530 left. There are over 5,700 small farmers within the USDA. And I'd like to know where they are. It's really hard to find, and not all of us can get to the farmers market. And I sure would like to see California produced food in our grocery stores, but sadly, the retailers only want to carry cheap imports. And so I encourage all of you here, please read those little country of origin labels, see where your produce is coming from. Sometimes you got to put on your glasses, or if you don't have them, use your phone and enlarge that font and tell everybody, support local, because our food, I don't use any pesticides, no herbicides. Roundup gave me cancer. I pull weeds by hand when I have to, and we weed whack. And I encourage you to try and grow your own food. It's really hard. Thank you.
Thank you. Dwayne Urquhart, I had troubles with your name. I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you. I know most of you know that Rick Carey and I have been kind of the vanguard for the agricultural sector, and have spoken many times between the main board and some of your subcommittees. I went ahead and invited some other commercial farmers here who are in the audience, basically to help bring them up to speed on some of the issues that we've hashed out with you already, and to also share some perspective with you. So with that, for the farmers in the audience, in 2007, this district, according to their reports, their study report, sold about 30,000 units of water and now is down to approximately 10,000 units of water. The former CFO had a PowerPoint presentation that maybe some of the new board members may not have seen, but it clearly indicated that over the course of time, the vast majority of that, if not exclusively, is due to reduced water sales. So in a business perspective, when you have a certain amount of fixed cost or overhead, and you're spreading that over fewer units, your incremental cost is going up. So the problem here is not that we're selling too much water. The problem here is we're selling too little water. But as importantly, what the CFO presented is despite all the hundreds of homes that have come into this area, the increase in water sales has been incremental from residential use. So then it kind of begs the question, what is it that this district can do to increase sales so that effectively you can spread out your costs from this district over many more units and effectively reduce the cost of water to some of your users? Agriculture is a natural conduit for that. But what has been done? If you, and for the new board members, if you haven't read the Rainbow Water 2020 study report, rate study report. Read the 2023 rate study report. I've got it in front of me, and some of the revelations on here are disconcerting. First, the focus of these reports is on the district, okay? I don't want to state the obvious, but you all are elected by ratepayers and are supposed to be representing ratepayers. These studies have been addressing the cash flow of the district without addressing the impact on the ratepayers. And agriculture is a class of your ratepayers, okay? I can tell you, I'm a second generation farmer. I know how to farm. And my largest cost now on my P&L has gone from labor to water in the last couple of 3 years. And when I look back at these reports to try and figure out what the heck has happened, I've noticed that my fixed charge on a 2-inch meter has tripled. Why? The statement in the report was that it went up so that my variable rate could go down. But my variable rate hasn't gone down enough to be able to supplant the increased fixed meter. Now, the fixed meter costs, I'll admit, it's good for the district. It's not good for a farmer. And Mr. Chairman, as you know from my prior comments, I asked how many members on this board are farmers? And I asked in the subcommittee, how many of you folks that are creating policy are farmers? If you don't understand the industry, it's hard to develop policies that are going to help the sector that you need to help to generate more water sales. And specifically, when I have a rainy month and all, everybody thinks, hey, that's great, no problem. And then whack by another fixed charge, okay? Don't realize when it's raining, I can't harvest. I got erosion issues. I've got weeds and the like. So hitting me with a higher fixed charge is not helping me or helping agriculture. And what's happening, and You can drive around the area. You don't have to take my words or these studies for it and the like. Why do you see 20, 30, 40-year-old avocado groves either dead or stressed out? According to the Grove publication, over 3,500 groves have been abandoned in San Diego County. That's not a good omen, and that's not a good sign of a healthy industry or a healthy situation. And despite the fact that we have to compete with imports, our biggest issue is our cost of production. And now our biggest cost of production is water. And we've talked about this, but nothing is being done. We need to have immediate relief, or you're going to have more commercial farmers going out of business. And it's also a concern to me when I see this in the report and so forth. It says the district anticipates land use conversion from agricultural to residential development in the coming areas. Residential development typically occurs on level topography. You don't have in this area that much level topography. Having agriculture on slopes producing revenue for this district is a benefit. And what happens if you don't have agriculture on those slopes? You've got brush. And what happens when you got brush on slopes in places like Los Angeles? You have now not only a good business that would otherwise be viable with reduced and effective water costs, you have a business now that can help contribute to public safety by providing a fire benefit. And you have a business that provides to the aesthetics and the culture of this area. What we need now is no more talk. We need tangible relief in the policies, and it has to occur now. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne.
I have a question for the nice lady right there. You said you belong to the ag. What? I'm just curious for a question for you, which I don't know the answer, but I've been doing a lot of reading. With the new administration coming in, laying tariffs, especially on Mexico, so hopefully that will help the avocado industry. And the other was the new administration released enormous amount of federal water that was now going to be able to start coming to and I'm hopefully maybe, I don't know, that will lower the rates of water. I don't know.
I found out it only goes as far as the San Joaquin Valley.
Yeah.
Oh, it only goes that far?
It won't get to LA.
Going to the MWD help us, right? Help you.
I mean,
Didn't hurt.
that is the rate. That's the import water rate
Yeah.
that we buy. Yeah, now with the switch from San Diego County Water Authority to Eastern, that is basically the base rate that we're paying is the Met rate. So that's the big agency up in LA. Eastern has a small administrative fee, but it's nominal. They do. They actually have rights. They have water rights directly off the Colorado, and the water is nearly free. Yeah. It is, but it's pumped through the mountains through the Colorado River Aqueduct, which is operated by the Metropolitan Water District. That's the difference in cost. Yeah.
That imports and locally produced are all going to be lumped together. And it's up to the retailer to separate them. And the retailer is not giving orders to do that yet. So when the imports come in, it's just going to raise prices across the board. But we haven't really seen or heard that it's going to increase our rates. Having said that, with some of the political things that are happening right now, we were able to start our season earlier than ever, and our rates are where they should be. and it should have been for the last 15 years or more. And typically, like, our season starts after Super Bowl and we see 60 cents a pound. We need at least $2 a pound. And that's what we're getting for our larger sizes right now. But there's no guarantees where it's going to be next year, because it could just be the Packers just trying to suffice us this year. And so for every year, we just don't know. And it's very corrupt. The Haas Avocado Board and the California Avocado Commission have importers running their agenda, and it is influencing the staff members and it's suppressing our industry. So we have that going against us, and we also have our water rates going against us. And I'm just wondering, what are we missing? What can we be doing to help you, to help us? And if there's anything you can think of, please let us know. And I really appreciate everything you do. We just need more help. So I hope I answered your question. If there's anything else, let me know.
Yeah, is there a website? I'd like to look into that because I'm just kind of curious. Again, the new administration is talking a good game, and what I've read, it sounds all good, but it can help the avocado industry, and not all it, all ag in California, not just avocados. If the tariffs, as he's saying, at least 25%, that could help in the sales.
Unknown at this time. Yeah. Devil's in the detail.
Is that California based, or is it just California? Okay.
But we named it that because sign up for information about what is going on in our industry.
Wonderful, thank you.
It's mainly for farmers.
It's good information. Great.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that.
Real quickly,
Asked the same question to our packing house. And the answer was that their understanding is that.
Yeah. Yeah, I just need to go to the podium if you don't mind.
Yeah, so all of us are interested in the same question, same question. And you that don't know, the avocados from Mexico are cartel controlled. If they don't own them, then according to my guys that are from Michoacan, they charge 20% to the people, and either they pay or they cut their trees down or they kill them. And they're burning rainforests. They're cutting off water for albos from villages, but it's completely corrupt. But having said that, yes, 6 years ago or before Mexico came in, it was like $2.50 a pound. And then the price went down under $1.30, under $1. I just collapsed. Will it go back up? We asked our packing house. They said the focus of the administration is more on car manufacturing, that side. So we haven't really seen it on this. The other thing is that there's so much ag that's moved to Mexico that you're talking about inflation. All of your produce. When you go into a market, all your produce is coming from Mexico. They talk about shutting down the border. There's no way you could do that because your markets would be empty. One of the things that I'm concerned about is in the last few years, we've had the droughts, had too much rain. We've had the droughts. Fortunately, there were a number of government grants. A lot of it was tied to COVID, but basically government grants that, it took a lot of hunting and pecking and paperwork, but it was able to help us through a really, really bad period. I mean, I had on 30 acres, I think, gosh, I had, it was like 95. I mean, as she said, it was ridiculously small. All the fruit was gone. Fortunately, we had crop insurance. It's government subsidized, so that helped. So we had government subsidies on the crop insurance, government subsidies via a number of grants. And so with the new administration, I don't know if that's going to go away. And that is a concern because we've really needed those subsidies and that money in order to exist. And then the one last thing was regarding the industry organizations, you know, the avocados from Mexico jingle that everybody, grandkids probably talk about. I believe that was the American Avo group that, yeah, that came up with that jingle. So the packing houses and the commission are, you know, their money is coming out of Mexico. So they're not really representing us.
Okay, thank you. Rick, real quick.
8 acre feet, $11. Avocados from Mexico alone, 300 million pounds, valued at $3 billion to Mexico. In the threat of the tariffs pre-Super Bowl buildup, they were increasing the imports, not increasing imports. U.S. packing houses, Mission, Fallbrook, Middleway, imported an extra 10 million pounds a week. California's 300 million pounds, total California. And in addition, Mission Produce has 8,000 acres planted in Peru, no, in Chile. Delray Avocado, which is here in Fallbrook, cut leading edge on bringing in avocados from Peru. So we've just been shrunk. So even if the tariffs come in, which is perhaps saber-rattling, problem is we need 3 acre feet of water to farm avocado. Some need 4, some can do less. But just do the math, 3 acre feet of water, and the production, I've talked till I'm blue in the face of that, salinity and between chlorides. I went from being able to hit about 10,000 pounds an acre, which is rare. The county average is about 6,000. I'm now reverted down to the mean because of water quality at Lake Skinner. So when you have maybe 5,000 pounds the acre and you're grossing, $1 a pound, which has been the average, math doesn't work. Then the California Avocado Commission, which is mandated by the state, they take assessments right off the top. That board is heavily influenced by packing houses. And then the Hass Avocado Board is an international assessment. So we get to pay both of it. So it just sweeps. And the only relief is the cost of water. And the subsidies, I don't think any subsidies come. They're few and far between. The crop insurance is an optional thing, and I think the coverage is only maybe half. Yeah, the coverage half. And now we're headed into, sent Jake yesterday, the weather forecast for southern Western California. We're back in drought condition too. There's no miracle March coming around the corner. So the last 2 years were we're in intensive care, if you will. And thank God for the rains, because it cost thousands of dollars in savings and averted costs. And now we're just the opposite. Now we're, that's all gone away.
Yeah.
So the decline, I predict, is going to be something
Thank you all. I appreciate it. It's good information. We allotted a lot more time than the official, but yeah, that's all right. You'll get a bill. Committee meetings summaries.
Budget finance.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the board. Both of your committees met this month. And that's great. For a while there, we were kind of going, one committee would meet and the other would not. So we're kind of hopefully back onto full swing. One item that cuts across both committees is they had to have an election of their chair and vice chair, and both committees voted to continue the existing positions for chair and vice chair of each committee. For the Budget and Finance Committee that met on February the 11th, you have on your calendar item 9B, the fiscal year mid-year operating and capital improvement budget review. The committee reviewed that at length, and committee voted to recommend that you approve the budget adjustments that are in the proposal before you. And I think that's the only item from Budget and Finance. The Engineering and Operations Committee was, it met on the 4th of February, so 2 or 3 weeks ago. You have 3 items on your calendar today that were acted upon or recommended by the committee. You have item 9D, 9E. 9D is the specialty mowing services item for clearing out our right of ways, keeping our right of ways under control. 9E is with Perot Corporation for services here at headquarters, dealing with the materials in the yard and so forth that we bring in from our construction sites. And then you have 9F, an agreement with Dexter Wilson Engineering. That item was a bit controversial at the committee meeting, and normally our votes are fairly substantially unanimous, or maybe one person opposing or whatever. We had 2 abstentions and 1 no vote on this particular item. And I know that it does reflect that it passed with a majority because there were other members of the committee there. And so I just put that to you, that there was some discussion about this item, and some people had reservations about it. So when this item comes
Comes up,
up for
thank
your approval today, I put in a slip as a ratepayer, not as a committee member, to have something to say about that, because my job as chairman is to represent what the actions of the committee are, and I try to hold true to that. Okay.
Thank you,
Any
Fun.
questions? Michael?
Question for you. On your committees, do you have any farmers on your committee?
I do not believe we do. Jake, do we? I'm thinking. Robert Marnett is not a farmer.
Commercial, no.
No, I don't think we do. And it's a shame that we don't. It would be nice to get a broader spectrum across the community on our committees, both budget and finance and on engineering and operations.
That's where you just made a
Yeah.
comment about how can we help? I think the farmers need to get on some of these committees. It's my opinion,
So
because then your voice gets heard.
a group of avocado growers in California that meets almost every month. This time it's gonna be, I think it's March 27th at Holland Casino. This is the head, the chairman of the board, and so this is you two might need to meet up.
Yeah.
We would absolutely welcome members of the ag community joining our committees. The committees meet on a specific Tuesday every month. The Budget and Finance Committee, which sets rates, and as I said, it makes recommendations and evaluates proposals on rates. This board sets the rates. They meet on the first Tuesday of the month. No, they meet on the second Tuesday of the month. The Engineering and Operations Committee, which deals with projects and other activities in the district, it meets on the first Tuesday of the month. Your presence as a community would be very welcome on both committees, and we have room, we have seats open that could be filled, and we would welcome a broader input than what we have now. That'd be great.
Have to be fair.
Just a ratepayer.
I believe you do. I believe you
Just
not
a,
only
just
have,
a ratepayer, not a resident, but just a ratepayer.
right.
I'll just throw this out to reciprocate. The San Diego County Farm Bureau meets monthly. And then Director Hoffman dialed in last month. I meant to thank you. That was
Oh.
first.
Yeah.
I've been asking for a long time for Bud and Rainbow to show up. Valley Center's GM shows up regularly, and he's a wealth of information because it's an interface. All of ag, not necessarily you, Jake, but all of ag is represented here.
Yeah, no,
I was just gonna say, I was there last month. I was at the Farm Bureau meeting,
Not the water one.
not the water.
No,
Yeah,
water.
I didn't make the I didn't make.
Water
the
Subcommittee,
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah.
Jennifer, will you send me an email, or Therese, the Office of Avocado Growers of America at Paula? Thank
The
you.
AGC is the AGC. Yeah. I've been to a couple. of
What's
those
it
too.
called? HGC?
AGC. I can send you, it's on my calendar.
Paula.
Yeah.
And other,
Yeah, it's a really nice meeting room. They meet on last Thursday of the month, usually at
Okay.
10 in the morning. The meetings last a couple hours. You can come coach meetings. But they're wonderful connecting meetings for farmers. There's always great information and
And there's a casino.
yeah.
So you can farm or
Why are you
you have-
losing all your money?
Free food.
Yeah.
okay.
You get about 50 farmers there each town.
And so tell her your email address.
Sure. It's my name again is Dan, last name Cox, COXE. NEXLAW@yahoo.com.
That's easy. Thank you.
Again, I would highly recommend to get the word out and get on these committees from ag and because that your voice then will be heard because Flint tells us and we kind of really just really follow most of the time what their
Back to the committee.
recommendations are. So your voice would really be heard if you would join these
Small,
committees.
yeah.
Hey, the Communications and Customer Service Committee met on February 18th after a, brief break that we had last week due to the last month due to the lilac fire. We introduced the strategic communications plan, and we are now in the documentation stage. We received positive feedback from our committee, implementing some minor tweaks there. So we're going to review and then finalize and hopefully have plan approval ready soon. We also reviewed our lovely crop swap program. We reached the 1 million marker for 2024 in reserve grant funding. There were 83 applications in an 8-month period. It was an overwhelming success for us and also for Rancho Water. They did not anticipate us moving through so many funds. So right now we were asked to place our promotion of the project on hold because we did such a wonderful job. And they are researching other opportunities to bring the program back. To date, we have 5 projects that were completed and paid out.
Yeah, just a little note on this. Over 1 million. I think 880,000 of it is actually funded. So, of the funds that were available, a portion of it's waitlisted. Those waitlisted projects will likely get done. There is still some unused funds that was allocated to the other agencies, but if that doesn't get allocated in the next, let's call it 3 to 4 months, all the projects need to be done by end of 26. So you really need to have those projects approved and start moving through. So it's likely those waitlisted projects will get done. Again, this is all grant funding from California DWR that goes directly to our ratepayers that are doing projects. It just passes through the district. And we are also making an effort for additional funding through different sources. We don't think there's going to be additional funding through the Department of Water Resources, but we're looking at a couple of other resources. I think we're going to put another application in here pretty quick to try to re-up the funds in that thing. But it has been wildly successful. We've had, again, almost 100 of our ag growers participate, and a lot of them maxed out. We had a maximum $50,000 for this first year. Wanted to make sure we could kind of spread the love, with all of our ratepayers. But we had a lot of projects that maxed out the use of those funds. So I'm happy to be able to do that. So
Where it says 14 are pre-inspired and they're on a waiting list, does that mean they may not get funded?
that was that gap. The up to about 880,000 total. We had kind of expended all the existing funds that were allocated to the various agencies, right? Some agencies haven't spent all theirs, so there are some of that 5 million. There's some funds left, but we try to divvy it up so one agency didn't take all the money. I didn't know it was going to be us, but but we kind of made that pact at the beginning between the 5 agencies that participated. But again, as we move closer to where we need to get projects started, because the funding needs to go, right? And there's a deadline on it. Then obviously we'll have to do an amendment to that agreement and start reallocating some of those funds. And so we've talked through some of that. And again, we're trying to get some additional funding.
We also reviewed our water use efficiency program. So right now we have Flume as our main flow monitoring device. We sold 104 in 2024 and 77% of the devices are installed and online reporting through the app to all of our customers. We introduced 5 additional flow device options through Metropolitan Water. They each have a $100 rebate. Those devices have three of them have an auto or a remote shutoff. So those will meet the standards for a lot of home insurance companies that are requiring homeowners to install a shutoff device on their meter. And we went through some 2025 event planning. Of the new events we are introducing, we're switching it up with the Bonsall High School field trip and partnering with Met to provide a on-site field trip to, fingers crossed, hopefully Lake Skinner. And then the Wildfire Symposium that's taking place in May. That is a collaborative effort with our local fire agencies, healthcare district, and water district. Then we're going to add on one more San Diego Blood Bank drive. So we'll have an event in June and in December. And newsletter, we did a recap of our mutual aid provided for the Eaton, Lilac, and Paula fires, water supply condition update from the snowpack reports, flow monitoring devices, conservation program, and our scholarships that are available through APWA. And last month and this month have been wonderful media coverage, very positive for us with our response to the fires. We have a couple of photo features there from the Village News with our support for the Lilac and Eaton fire. And last but not least, we have national coverage from the Associated Press for our Healy hydrant. So this was picked up by Yahoo News, Washington Post, and a lot of local small publications ranging from Florida, Colorado. And we're very proud of those.
The LA Times picked it up.
Yeah, I know it was on Maven's Notebook, which is the big water publication. This is an interesting one because AP reached out to us to get a little information on this, and had a chance to speak with the reporter that put the story out. Our part was just a paragraph within there to talk about the Rainbow Water District and the heli hydrant and all that. But she was very intrigued with the conversation that we had because I was kind of explaining how it was used and kind of what it looks like, how it benefits the community. And we're trying to arrange some kind of a demonstration for AP. So they're talking to CAL FIRE right now. I told them, obviously we'll do whatever they want, right? If you want to open up the thing. And I think this is a great opportunity for us to push on some additional resources to kind of aid in this area. And so trying to use that too. I was going to wait for my comments, but we're on it. So we've got a meeting we're setting up with Congress, with ICE's office. We kind of have a suite of projects that kind of lean in this area, another heli hydrant and some others. So really trying to, very proud of the work we've done, but all in the same way utilize it to kind of further kind of our resilience in this area. So. Yeah.
Yep. And that concludes our committee report. Any questions?
I want to make a comment. I want to thank you. If you're in charge of this, I've seen in the last 6 months or so, really a big difference on your informational. I think it's been very beneficial. The previous in the past, but now it seems like it's very beneficial. And I think ratepayers get a lot out of it. So if you're in charge of it, good job.
Thank you. It's a collaborative effort.
Sure.
A lot of support from customer service. They feed us information, the latest calls and concerns from our customers, and we use that as a catapult for creating all of our content.
I think that in previous discussions, we talked about reaching out to investment and the state insurance commission trying to leverage funding. Has that been done?
We have had conversations with Desmond. I sat with him on the county water board for a bit. I know they just approved some funding for a helicopter and that kind of thing. They approved our location but haven't really committed. There wasn't any really commitment of funds. So I think we're going to keep pushing on that.
Yeah.
Both insurance. I think SDG&E is a potential partner in that. Potentially the try. I mean, there's a lot of potential partners there. That's really the big effort right now, is to try to push while yeah.
And water rights.
Yeah.
Water rights than Rainbow even uses. How many years did that go through vacation? 6 years.
Yeah, decades.
Decades
Yeah.
or more. Okay, consent calendar. We can vote on all of these at once, is my understanding. Approval of the January 28th regular board meeting minutes, the adoption of the resolution fixing the time and place of hearing and meeting on proposed water availability charges for improvement District 1, and be resolution 2025-01, and an adoption of resolution establishing individuals with check signing authority, resolution 2025-02. Unless there's an objection, we can take a motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved by Director Irvine, second by Director Hoffman, sorry. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Action items, action item 9G, consider appointment of Julie Johnson as a public designee to the California Special Districts Association Finance Corporation Board, CSDA-FC. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I just have a couple of quick questions. What is the background on this particular appointment? Was this appointment originally made when Julie Johnson was a director?
Correct.
Okay, and how did her recommendation come about?
You mean this one right now?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll give you a little background. Yeah, I think it was in late 2023. The CSDA Finance Corp, which oversees financing for capital projects and various activities of all special districts, not just water districts, but CSDA members, which is statewide. They had a vacancy on their board. One of our local, Joe McKenzie, who sits on the Vista Irrigation District Board, she sits on that board, and made a recommendation for former Director Johnson. And so she was appointed to that vacancy and has sat on that board ever since. The board, there was discussions, on what happens now that she's not on our board, and basically, and they did request, the CSDA Finance Corp board requested to keep her on, and to do so, it does require us to basically have a board approval of her as a designee to do so. So that's kind of the background behind it. So that request came to me. I shared it with Hayden, and that's before you today.
What is Julie's background?
Longtime Bonsall resident. She's
Farmer grower.
former grower, small farm. She's been involved with Rainbow, I think, for about 5-6 years.
More like 7 or 8.
Okay, 7 or 8.
Almost as long as I've been on the board.
Before me, and served on committees for years. She was appointed to the board, I think in mid 23, or maybe the first part of 23. So served as a board member for a year and a half or so. But that's, yeah. And she was a former, or she's an administrator at the local college, Maricosta College. Education mostly is her background. Yeah.
Okay, I'd like to me, it seems like a perception of a conflict of interest for me. Last week, she was appointed to two of the 3 committees that we have for a 4-year term. So since I'm already the CSDA rep, I'm an administrator also in education and math prior math teacher, so budgeting is kind of my thing. So I'd like to, since I'm already a rep, be the
So
person on the committee.
the we don't appoint to that board, right?
By invitation.
Yeah, the CSDA Finance Corp Board would have to appoint they can appoint whoever they want
Okay.
from all the special districts.
Okay.
The only action we needed to take was if it was to be Julie, then it would she's got to be our designee. She has to be a designee of a so alternatively, if there was a vacancy on that board, yeah, I guess you could express interest or something to that effect, but they would actually do the appointment to that board, not Rainbow. So we don't have a seat on that board.
Okay.
I'll say,
I-
yeah.
I guess the question would be, is there time or that we could go to CSDA and ask them if they would consider another nomination to fill that seat? I'm assuming that the original offer to fill that seat was given to Ms. Johnson because she was a board member. And so I guess the natural question would be, would they allow consideration of that seat to be taken with the new director who now is the representative for CSDA and see what kind of feedback we get on that?
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that question.
Yeah.
What
Yeah,
what they
and I don't either. I know it's by invitation. I know that the invitation was extended to Director Johnson at that time, not because she was the CSDA representative, because she was a known entity.
Okay.
Okay. So,
She was a known entity before she became a board member.
well, through her participation in CSDA, she became known to Joe McKenzie and several other the Finance Commission board members.
Right.
And so when they had the vacancy, her name came up.
Because she was a CSDA rep, which
At
is
that
why she
time,
was
that's
known to
correct.
that. Correct. So I would simply make a motion that we table this till we can actually talk to CSDA just to ask them if we could have board member representation, because I think board member representation is important. We should take advantage of our ability as elected members from the community to kind of represent on these various regional boards and committees. So I think what we'd like to do is, at least would be my recommendation,
agree.
we would table it and bring that back another time once we can ask CSDA if they would consider a board member from our agency to rep that particular organization.
Yeah, they might, but you also stand the opportunity of essentially losing that representation. You know, which I think is beneficial to Rainbow in the
Oh.
community.
Let's just ask.
I will say one thing, since I was the rep for 6 years, it's very political. It's very, very hard to get on any board unless nobody wants to do it, then they'll like
Take
find somebody.
volunteers. Yeah.
But if it's anything of substance and people want it, it's political and you're just, it's very hard to get on. So it was probably, in my opinion, an honor for them to choose Julie, for whatever reason. But it's just, it is very political. Again,
Well, I'm
6
going to my
years.
first meeting soon, so I will put on my best political hat.
Okay.
We understand politics, of course.
Yes.
So we have a motion to table. Is there a second? You moved, you seconded.
Second.
Moved by Director Irving, seconded by Director Hoffman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? And two abstain, at least one abstain
I'll
or two
abstain.
abstentions.
2 abstentions, 2 yes.
Yes. Motion carries. Consider appointment of treasurer.
Yes, this is a good one. After a couple few months of active recruitment and search, we have hired a new finance manager, CFO, Konstantin Shilkov, who comes to us from the South Orange County Water Agency and also some experience at the city of Laguna Niguel. In their finance department, but lots of experience with water and wastewater and a financial expert, which we always need around here. And yeah, really happy to have him. Our admin code indicates that, the board of directors may appoint the CFO, finance manager, as treasurer. He will be handling our investments and things, which are fairly simple at this point in time. We have some interest-bearing accounts and that are good right now for sure. But he'll be handling all that in the treasury reports and that. So staff brings this to the board with a recommendation to appoint Constantine as the district's treasurer.
Do I have a motion?
Also move.
Moved by Director Mack,
I'll
seconded
second.
by Director Hoffman. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. 9B, consider fiscal year 2024-2025 mid-year operating and capital budget adjustments.
Yes, so we reviewed this with both the engineering and operations and the budget and finance committee. We'll go through the operating and the CIP fairly straightforward this year, not a lot to run through. All right, thank you, Med. On the operating side, this is operating, non-operating budgets. We had a couple of adjustments to make. One, I'll start with the kind of budget increases, and one of them was in our property liability insurance, which I know nobody in this room is unfamiliar with. But we had a pretty sharp increase in our property liability. We insure through the Aqua JPIA. And so at the time of budgeting last, March, April, we're not completely, they don't publish it until October. So we make, we get some feel for what the increase should be, but it was steeper than we thought. So it's about a $50,000 increase for this fiscal year. 52,000, I think that hard to read that. 52,907 is the total there. The other increase has to do with our tank maintenance contract. That was the contract that we actually canceled and then renegotiated at the beginning of the fiscal year. And the result of those negotiations was very favorable to the district. We have a commitment from the contractor. He's going to do two interior tank recoats each year for the next 4, which is a tremendous value to the district. And we basically no additional cost to the contract, but we had budgeted for half the year. So we had half the year budgeted, and obviously we're going to extend it through the rest of the fiscal year. This also includes some of the improvements that were made to the tanks, but that's an increase of $522,000. To balance these, we had a couple of revenues and some other budget cuts or savings that we had. One was almost a $300,000 settlement agreement that we with a former consultant. This was something we settled. It was a couple of years in the making, but we ended up with a check for about $300,000, $297,000. So that's unanticipated revenues that will be coming in. Also, with the way we handled the exit fee payment, the expenses on that this year will be decreased by about $250,000 for this fiscal year. And so, and that along with we made 2 kind of minor adjustments to our operating budget. We replaced quite a few of our meters in the previous fiscal year. And so what that's kind of done is, we're not having to replace as many this year. And so there was some excess budget there, 20 some odd thousand in budget savings. Also, our customer service group had anticipated a need they had. It was actually a software kind of glitch that they needed to fix. And we were actually able to do that in-house. So Ahmed and his team actually took care of that. They thought they were going to have to go for some outside services to get that done. So we had some savings there. So all in all, between the revenue and expenses, the total net impact for this mid-year budget review is 0. So we have we want to adjust these individual budgets to help kind of balance those different accounts and such, but the net impact is 0. We're on budget. Just as a whole, this year we've got everything else looks pretty clean. Almost all of our operating budgets, even by group. So, you know, we kind of divvy things up, operations, administration. Everybody sits at about 50% at the half year, some either 50% or maybe even a little below. So that's kind of why you're seeing a very simple table. It's not always been this way. But this year we're kind of right on track with our budgeting. So so that's the operating portion. Any questions on that?
I have just one on your property liability. You may want to, next time we budget for that, maybe double it, because JPIA, when I went, we get information all the time, they're really, their liability is really based on everything in California, or actually nationwide. And they said the big impact was that Paradise Fire.
Yep.
And so this, what happened up in Los Angeles, I would anticipate some really huge increases.
Yeah.
I was like,
Yeah.
double that.
Yeah, I think this year there'll probably be a lot of talk going into this budget season. So yeah, we'll definitely try to get a feel for what the impacts are going to be there for insurance. I already got my property insurance bill, so I know I know what it was at my house. That's true. That's true.
Yeah.
On the CIP side, so our capital projects, really, this is a good news story as far as the CIP goes. We had a couple of projects, one being the Gopher Canyon pipeline replacement. So that was an emergency pipeline replacement that we did out on Gopher Canyon. It was mostly the paving costs. We had some efficiencies on staff and things too, a little bit of savings from Robert and his team. This was a project that was done by Rainbow, but really a reduction in the paving costs. We thought the paving costs were going to be much higher, about $325,000 in savings. Also, as part of the settlement agreement with the San Diego County Water Authority, we had budgeted for some decommissioning activities that were going to occur. And just as we worked through these operating plans and really kind of got down to what was actually needed, we were actually able to basically eliminate the project that we had anticipated. And that was a $200,000. That was called the interim decommissioning. So we're just kind of taking that off the CIP. It's not expenditures we're going to see. We do have a couple of projects, the isolation valve installation program. We budgeted $100,000 for that. This is the kind of systematic replacement of our isolation valves, which is extremely important to our distribution system. Robert and his team have been doing a great job of taking advantage of existing shutdowns or even emergency shutdowns to take care of some of these valves that may not, fully seat or very old and need to be replaced. And so we were asking for a budget increase, 50,000 to continue or to basically wrap up this fiscal year. I think we budgeted 100. We're at about 105,000 in expenditures. So we need a little bit more there, but one of the best internal capital programs that we have going, to be quite honest. The San Luis Rey imported flow recovery project, that's our groundwater project. We are nearing finalization of the feasibility study. It's pretty much done.
Yep.
The budget here, the $40,000, is really just to wrap up. We're having the Bureau of Reclamation do a review to make sure it meets their criteria for an approved feasibility study. All it does is it sets you up if you want to move forward down the road with that program. It makes you eligible for significant grant funding. They usually, have programs that'll fund 25-50% of projects up to, $30 million in grant funding through Title 16 or the Water Smart, the drought program that they run. And so it's, we spent a pretty decent amount getting to that point. And so this is really just kind of wrapping up that project. The other project that we're adding is the Morrow Tank rehabilitation. And really that's a planning study. We have a tank that has some settling issues, some differential settlement. Not our Morrow Reservoir, but the Morrow Tank. So it's the smaller, it's still a 4 million gallon tank. It's not insignificant, but it's a 4 million gallon tank that sits near the big Morrow Reservoir. But it's got some differential sediment, some under when the tank was originally constructed, had some differing geologic conditions. And so we've got some survey. This $100,000 is really just to set some benchmarks and do some analysis on, how much is it settled, and a little bit of structural review to really determine, can we rehabilitate or do we need to replace? Basically is a thing there. So we'd like to add that to the CIP. Chad's group is kind of gathering those proposals and that to complete that work, but we're going to need to deal with it one way or another. So
Did we have some type of report that says what caused the settling?
we do. We set, what are those things called that were out there?
The inclinometers?
Inclinometers. We set some inclinometers out there. And so that report came back, and this is basically what they came back with was, yes, it's settling. The history on it is, it's got a cut and a fill side, and the fill side likely is some material that probably could have been a little bit better.
Highly expansive fill material.
Some expansive soils. And so we're seeing those soils kind of expand and contract, and that's settling. The recommendation that came out of this inclinometer study was just that, was they'd like to see some benchmarks to actually see the kind of the vertical movement on the tank. And then we recommended, well, let's bring a structural engineer in too and figure out, hey, can we drill some piles to stabilize it, or is this not fixable, basically, or some other, that I'm not a structural engineer, but that's want to see if we can salvage it, or what the story is. We've been operating that tank at a reduced capacity, about 50% capacity, because of the issues. And so again, it's something which we got to deal with. Yeah. It's probably $1.50 to $2 a gallon. So you're talking, it's millions. So that's why we want to do some pretty good study before we make any decisions on that. This is just kind of a summary, and this is in front of you, but this is the CIP. So you'll see the 3 or 4 projects on the second to last column to the right. Those are the mid-year budget. The net impact to our CIP is actually on the negative side. So we're actually reducing 335,000 out of the CIP based on the savings from the couple projects.
Going back to your other projects, the San Diego Water County Authority connections.
Yeah.
You didn't talk about that.
I didn't? Okay. So what that was, in the settlement agreement, we had agreed that the connections that were down in the south would kind of go through 2 steps. It was an interim decommissioning and a permanent decommissioning. And so we had budgeted for those things, right? And so the interim was, and I think there's 4 different locations. That was kind of a initial step to kind of separate the 2 systems, where we're removing pipe and putting blind flanges and things like that, an interim decommissioning step. Through the course of it, though, and this is something we had kind of suggested through it, was, those connections are access points to the aqueduct, right? They're good for draining and blow offs and, any other kind of access to the aqueduct. And eventually when we really just kind of got into the operations plan and started talking through these things with, more on a technical perspective, right?
With engineering.
Yeah, we kind of all came to, and their operations group came to us and said, yeah, we want to put an air vac here and we want to do this. And so all that kind of work just.
So we're not having to completely decommission them anymore.
No. So there's actually this project's completely gone, and then the permanent decommissioning you'll see is going to be reduced by a large amount. Yeah, that was in the CIP. So you'll see the 5-year CIP coming up with that too. So that's a good news story.
Yep. Thank you.
That's all I have on that.
Do we have a motion? Any discussion? Excuse me. Further questions, discussion? Moved by Director Irvine, seconded by Director Hamilton to approve option 1. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Motion carries. Consider authorizing the general manager enter into a mutual service agreement between Rainbow Municipal Water District, Fallbrook Public Utilities District, Valley Center Municipal Water District, and Umaya Municipal Water District.
Yes, so in your packet is a draft agreement. It really sets the stage for some mutual services and the things that we've been talking about as kind of the group of general managers with Gary Rant and Jack Beebe and Amy Ray from UEMA is really kind of going through some of the activities or operations that would be beneficial from some mutual aid or shared services. They're as smaller water agencies. UEMA is very small. Valley Center, Fallbrook, and us I would call us small, but we're small, medium-ish. But we all have very similar. I mean, obviously, geography is very similar. Our customer types in a lot of ways are very similar, and we have a lot of similar interest. And so we came up with I think there were 6 or 7 kind of bullet points, things that we would like to explore as shared services, really with the direct intent of lowering operating costs. And so I think there's things we can do there. Also just to kind of bolster the nature of our systems, right? I'll give you an example. We've got some mutual aid type language in there, that things we want to talk about. And so that would be, if we've got a main break that's going on or 2 or 3 main breaks that are going on, and it's a holiday weekend or it's a weekend or anything else, it kind of sets the general parameters for how we would share staff, right? We have a couple construction crews that, sometimes, I mean, they get burnt out, to be quite honest, with all the work that's going on. And so being able to call on, another crew, and maybe they don't have as much going on. We also want to look at all kinds of stuff, where we want to look at, we're going to share all of our equipment. This is everything we've got, right? And so when something comes up, they've got it, if we've got a PSPS going on and they don't have it somewhere else, and we can share generators, or we can share, we've got a kind of a 2 or 3 decent sized dump trucks at the district. And, and so sometimes we get called for that stuff already, but this really kind of formalizes the ability to do that. And we want to look at some more stuff too, emergency interconnections, really anything that would benefit the, win-wins for the district and really help try to control cost. I think one of the big things, and this is what Valley Center I know is really hot on this, is we all get hit with these regulatory requirements. And a lot of times it's, the reporting that has to be done, and that it's just, for a small or smallish district, it's very difficult and time consuming. And so we're looking at those things too. How can we kind of band together to kind of do those things in a more collaborative fashion, and again, save dollars. So this is just kind of the start of this draft agreement. As we have individual projects, and it might be just 2 of the districts, it might be 3, it might be all 4. But as we move through these things, then a more detailed scope and any numbers that are associated with it, right, would come back to this board for attachment to this agreement. So you'd see an Exhibit A or Attachment A that, whatever the shared service might be. So, anyways, that's what's in front of you today. I think it's a great move forward. I mean, we have a great working relationship with FPUD, with Valley Center, with UEMA. And so I think it could be very productive for all the districts.
Yeah.
Question.
I'd just like to say I commend the general manager on pushing this forward. I mean, we're always looking for entrepreneurial ways to try to reduce costs, share services. These agencies sometimes have a natural tendency to be very territorial, and everybody kind of like has their own little fiefdom. And it just shows that kind of outreach, that kind of mutual aid, mutual sharing can really reduce costs and make us a more efficient agency. So I just want to commend the general manager for having that open-mindedness to reach out to these other organizations and bring this forward to us.
Thank you.
Question for you. Something like this would happen, and let's just say our crews went to FPUD or Valley Center. the time that they spent and the products they used, are we paying for them or vice versa? Who pays when we go to another district and parts are needed? Is that Jersey gonna reimburse the other
Yeah.
district? Is that how it works?
Yeah, so there's, again, this agreement sets up the general framework for that, but yes, it talks about invoicing and things like that when payments would be due. But yes, so our crews go to FPUD. They're still our employees. They're our employees. They're under our workman's comp, all those kind of different things. But within, again, we send them an invoice and within 30 days, they pay the full burden rate or any materials and that kind of thing to reimburse for those services. So on those cases, it's really more, it's a need thing, right? I'm obviously, if you don't have anybody to respond or you've got too much going on, you can't respond. The thing that I think we all deal with is it's also a safety thing. We get some leaks and some things that are in really difficult places, and we're stretching people's hours to 18, 20 hours, and I know Fallbrook deals with the same things. It's not every week, but it happens. And so that's one of our concerns too, is just safety. And the more we can kind of do these things, again, the more familiarity you get with yeah, exactly. And so, but it is reimbursed. Yeah.
And it's also cheaper than going outside.
Oh, hiring a contractor, you bet.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
Move recommended action.
Moved by Director Irvine, recommended action, seconded by Director Hamilton. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? 9D, consider approval of an agreement with Specialty Mowing Services Incorporated for weed abatement and brush clearing services at district facilities, district-wide.
Turn this to Chad.
Okay, thank you. This, we just have a couple pictures here of this professional services agreement will incorporate 29 different sites throughout the district. And just want to show the board a couple of the photos of some of the sites and why we need it. This is our gopher tank over off of Silverleaf, and you can just see the overgrowth and vegetation that's coming around. There's our general manager, which also made the news, I believe, in that same photo. That's the Hutton tank. We want to show you this one because this site actually was cleared in the recent years. And by having a good weed abatement and tree trimming maintenance program, this is what happens to our infrastructure during wildfire. It's protected in place. Extremely beneficial. Here's one of our sewer easements. This is a 20-foot wide easement. You can't even see the sewer line or the manholes. We can't get a truck on that section of the dirt road, let alone access the facilities. Just overgrown, and we need to be able to access those facilities. And then again, this is our Moro tank, the tank that we were talking about at the previous item on the adjustment. Again, just some overgrowth. We obviously have the chain link fencing with barbed wire for security purposes. We don't want overgrowth on there. We also don't want the potential for fuel for a wildfire coming through. So I think that's our last picture. Yep. Yes, Director Mack.
Question for you. I saw the eucalyptus trees. Is your anticipation you're gonna remove those, trim them, what?
They get laced and pruned on an as needed basis.
Because my only concern is what I remember what Robert brought in. It really stuck up in my mind that when he was up in the fire zone up in Los Angeles, he noticed that the homes that were destroyed are the ones that had a lot of trees and shrubs around them, and the ones that didn't survived. So I mean, that's, you probably want the trees just for maybe aesthetics and also maybe not have the tank so glaring, but you do have the potential because eucalyptus are like gasoline, basically.
Yeah.
And so something we may want to consider.
In the board memo, we did receive a Cal OES grant, a little over $160,000, and that is for specific. So that sewer easement that I showed you would not qualify for the Cal OES grant, but something like tree trimming around that to prevent fire would qualify at that. So we're going to merge the GL account, which has 150,000 allocated to it, plus the grant, and so we can tackle things like.
Does that also include pump stations?
The 29 sites, we do have pump stations listed. Yes.
Because the one near me, you have a huge Indian sumac growing right through the fence. And like I meant to tell you guys.
So hopefully with this program being passed today, these sites, the last time that we had an actual comprehensive weed abatement program was 2019. And then due to funding issues, this has been done on a case by case as needed basis, and we just cannot get to it all.
And I think that'd be very beneficial to us also for record keeping, GPIA to show we're proactive
Yes.
versus.
Defensible space. Yeah.
Absolutely. We also, each applicant that submitted a proposal, there was a line item for all of them for $40,000. So as people call us, hey, I have an easement coming through my yard and I've been notified by North County Fire, it needs to be cleared, and you have the 20-foot easement, we would clear that portion of the easement. And so that might not be one of the 29 listed sites, but we can direct the contractor to go to that area and clear that. Or a pump station that for some reason was not listed, we can do that.
So some slot. Recognize the floor.
Couple things. First, it's kind of rhetorical. It's kind of disappointing to see that this has been let to get so far out of control. Second is now we're in this place where this is the most expensive way to deal with this brush. And that's unfortunate. Going forward, is there a plan to control this with, there's herbicides out there, there's pre-emergence out there. Water Authority does this, right? That gopher tank is near me, the Water Authority aqueducts. This is another disappointment that we've let things get out of control and now we've got to spend a disproportionate amount of money to fix it with no real plan for a long-term solution. And third thing is Deer Springs Fire has brush abatement. Have we reached out to them? That's funded through CAL FIRE to deal with some of this stuff besides going.
I disagree a little bit that this is an out of control thing. With, like Chad said, what was happening was we were doing these case by case because we didn't have a set contract, right? So this is something we wanted to fix. It doesn't mean that we weren't doing the sites. We were doing the sites. This really effort was to RFP to make sure we get the best price for all these sites, to do it in bulk, to make sure we get the best price for all these sites, and to make sure we have the resources available whenever it needs to be done. Because I mean, we have 82 square miles. We have pipelines everywhere, right? So there's no way our little staff can monitor everything 24/7. And that's why Chad's put the additional funding in. So when Rick Carey calls and says, hey, the brush is kind of growing up. Oh, hey, somebody hasn't been out there in 3 months. Get the contractor out there. I mean, those are the kind of things we're doing. It's not.
Well, I take care of my own brush. There are easements for Rainbow on El Paseo. CAL FIRE has been out and cited it, and we certainly don't come to the water district and ask for help. We take care of our own property.
Okay.
And I'm not sure we should be Cadillac in this. And the fact that it hasn't been addressed since 2019.
No,
It's not.
that's, I mean, I think
Well-
you misheard that. It hasn't been under contract like this, right? We've been doing them site by site, which is not the most efficient way to do it.
And look at the size of that
Cost-wise.
brush. You know, I mean, it's been deferred for a long time, site by site or whatever methodology. I'm just pointing out it hasn't worked, and it's very expensive to do catch up because now you need water trucks, you need all this fire abatement, and I'm sure it's at prevailing wage. And it's just
Well, we have set price now. That's the whole point. We do. I understand. I hear you. I hear you.
Any other questions from the board?
I appreciate it. I do this to my property 2 times a year, so I get it. And then weed killer, but yeah.
Yeah. And there is provisions for that too. For
There
them to
is.
use them.
We have herbicides
chemical
that are
treatment
listed.
things,
We have that. This agreement, if approved by the board, is for 3 years with 2 1-year optional extensions, because I don't want to have to do this again every single year. So
Yeah. I second.
Moved by Director Irvine for option 1 and seconded by Director Hoffman. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item number E, consider approval of an agreement with the Peralt Corporation for material processing services at district headquarters.
Yes. So kind of a unique, and I'm going to go to the exhibit first. So this exhibit's in your in your packet. We have a area in our lower yard that fronts Highway 395 that we typically store materials on. Anything from, you know, our construction sites or any kind of work we're doing. And if you've driven there, you want to drive by there afterwards, you can see the material is pretty extensive. And so eventually what ends up happening is we end up having to haul it off somewhere, get rid of it. And so had a kind of a back and forth over the last 3 or 4 months with the Peralt Corporation, who is a supplier of rock and sand and gravel in the area, and potential for not leasing, to enter into a professional services agreement to process those materials. And so this is what they do for, you know, this is what they do for a living. And so we've come up with a proposed contract. It's a 5-year term. It's a no money contract, no cost to the district. It has provisions for either immediate termination if there's a contract breach, and 60 days for convenience. So if somebody comes and says they want to put solar on the property and they're going to pay us $1 million a year, then we can get, we can release the site within 60 days, which is really important. The benefits it provides is the contract allows for everything that's processed down there. They provide all the materials that we need for our work. So they basically fill all of our bins, our rock, base, and sand. At no cost. So they process the materials, they give it to us at no cost. Any excess material, they can haul away and
Sell it,
do it as they wish. No sales here at the district. They have other sites. We're not going to have residential customers driving onto the district or anything like that. It's truly just materials processing. It's the same thing we've been using the site for forever. But now we've got a kind of a mutually beneficial agreement to take advantage of that. Couple other things that it provides benefit to the district. There is a provision where they'll include delivery materials, so it's limited, but you know, again, we go on these main breaks and that, and it could be helpful to go, hey, can you deliver us 10 yards of X to help out with the site and not have to use our own staff? And so there is some limited availability to that. Another thing we included was vehicle washing. So we pay for that service now to have somebody come in and they blow out the trucks on a Friday, and now that'll be handled by Peralt as part of this contract. So it's another cost. Just to give you a sense of what the value of it. On the district side, we spend somewhere in the neighborhood of $80,000 a year on materials for our projects. That's kind of an average. So that's what we're basically anticipating as an offset to our budget. It'll be something that doesn't have to be budgeted for anymore. That's the tune of $7,000 a month. So I think better than we could do with any kind of lease or anything like that. So that's kind of what we were looking at least at this point. Again, if something better comes along, but again, it helps our operations staff to have those bins full at all time. They don't have to order materials. They don't have, it's one less thing kind of on the plate. We did have our legal counsel and also Aqua JPIA review the agreement to make sure, indemnification, insurance, all those things were tight. As you can see, it's a 14-page agreement. It's fairly robust. And so I think we've vetted this pretty well, and we'd like to move forward with it.
I went down there yesterday, right, on a tour, and it's genius. Amazing. No, just like the swap is amazing.
Yeah, win-win.
Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Director Irvine, seconded by Director Mack. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Item number F, consider approval of an agreement with Dexter Wilson Engineering Incorporated for the design of the Gopher Pump Station Project, Division 1.
Yes, I'll lead this off. So this project was approved as part of the 24-25 this year's CIP. The project it's a reliability project. So we have the three pump stations, the three new pump stations that pump to the three southern tanks. The idea of this pump station, they kind of operate singularly to each of those zones. And originally, when we had scoped this project as part of last year's CIP, we really envisioned it as kind of a rudimentary project to move water only from the Turner. And there is an exhibit in the, here, I'm going to pull it up so I'm talking through it, but it was intended just to move water from Turner to Gopher. And through the commissioning of the pump stations and some ingenuity by our operations team, we now have the ability for Dentro de Lomas, and that was part of that pipeline project too, the one that we saved the money on the paving, from Dentro de Lomas directly to Gopher. And so you kind of have these dedicated pump stations that go to these three tanks. The reliability part that we see is, it's in the event of emergency. So if we have a main break on one of those transmission lines, it does hinder our ability to move water up into that tank. And so what we'd like to be able to do, and that's where this pump station, we have a temporary pump station out there now that we've tested to, it's just kind of a skid mounted deal to move water from each one of the tanks to the other tanks. And so again, this would be a benefit if there was a power outage. This would be a benefit if there was a main break that prevented us from moving water. Also during some peak demand periods, right? If we get some really heavy use in one of the zones, it allows us again to pull water from one of the other tanks, send it over to the other. So it's a bit of a reliability project. Originally, when we were thinking we were going to need to move water from Turner to Gopher, this was going to be like, we need to jump on this thing. We've got to get this thing built and be able to move water over there. The ability, the subsequent ability to move water from Dentro over to Gopher has reduced I would say, the sense of urgency on this project, but it does provide a great source of redundancy and reliability to that area. So the proposal that's before you is we would like to do the design for this project. It's I think Dexter Wilson was is the recommended contractor, the recommended consultant at $220,000 for the design services for the pump station. That includes all the site work and basically everything for a biddable project. They were the low on the four proposals that we received, and also just recommended because of their experience and qualifications. So that is the recommendation. As far as the construction goes, we're actually going through the CIP now and knowing what we know now, prioritizing the various projects. So where we had anticipated to build this project actually this year, I think we're going to push it off. We'd like to get the design done, but it's going to take about 12 months. So we're not looking even at next year's CIP. We're probably looking at year 3 for construction. I will say, and we put this in the report because we wanted to, make sure the board's fully aware of what's going on. With the added benefit of being able to move water from all the tanks, there is some scope change to the project, right? We had, again, envisioned a very rudimentary pump station, moves it from one tank to the other. And really through these, even through these wildfires and that, it really is, kind of become a hot button where, we would like to be able to operate these things remote. We'd like to be able to operate these things, there's some, we'd like to have an emergency generator at all of our pump stations, right? And so we kind of retook a look at this scope, and it did expand what we believe the construction costs will be. And so that cost estimate is in your in the packet there, but wanted to make sure you were aware of that. I know, and a lot of the concern, and I know Flint's planning on making some comments, and I know exactly where he's coming from. Concern that, these kind of projects kind of start to take priority over some of the other things that we know need to get done, like pipeline replacements, right? I think the CIP will show that our priorities still lie there, right? We know that rehabilitation and replacements need to occur. They need to occur now. We have pipelines that need to be replaced. And so So anyways, I hear, that was kind of Flint's concerns. That was the committee's concern that, we have now this project coming in and it's going to take the place of some of the stuff that we needed to do. But, obviously the committees and board will have a very heavy weight on how we prioritize those projects. We're going to bring our recommendation in. We actually have moved up some of the pipeline replacement projects that we know need to get done. But this, from staff's opinion, this does provide some pretty significant reliability to the district. Again, not something we need to jump on in the next 6 months like we thought we might have to. But we still would like to move forward with the design and get that going. And obviously we'll keep the cost estimates updated as we move through that.
Is there any opportunity for any grants and having a shelf-ready project or?
I'm glad you prompted me on that. Yeah, I think,
Words right out of my mouth.
yeah, I think as you do move through this design, there is some compelling stories for a grant on this one, both from a wildfire perspective and, mostly from that perspective, right? That this actually provides a lot of reliability and security for PSPS events and, and other shutdowns and things like that. So I think there would be an opportunity. I think we did commit at the committee level to, as we move through this design, to really flush out what would be available and really charge hard at trying to get some grant funding for the project. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Have we used Extra before?
Yes.
Okay. And also, is this drawing in taking best case or worst case scenario in a large scope, or is it just,
Yes.
how like the scope is changing? Why would we get this done now?
Yeah, no, this is
in
based
A
on
large
that.
scope.
This is based on that scope. Yeah. And it does, it involves some fairly complex hydraulics to be able to, you got about 6 different conditions you could actually operate under. So, so there's some complex hydraulics and some site challenges and things like that that'll have to be dealt with. So but it'll involve all of that. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's also knowledge-based gain that you didn't have at the time of the initial planning.
That's true. That's true.
Flint? Sorry, he turned in a speaker slip, right? So-
Mr. President, members of the board, you'll have to pardon me if I kind of stumble through this a little bit because it is very uncomfortable for me to speak against or in lack of support for a project that the staff has worked long and hard on. Over the 8 years I've been working as a volunteer with your committees, I've come to know the staff, like the staff, respect the staff intensely, and I tend to find myself regularly in agreement with what they're recommending. But today I am not on this project. And I think the fundamental reason that I'm not is that this project, as has been described previously, has been budgeted for some time in the CIP for $710,000. And we just got done spending $10 to $12 million putting 3 Ferraris in play in that particular area of our district. And now we're proposing to put another Ferrari in play. And I hear the word redundancy. For me, redundancy is a good thing to a point, but when you look at the constellation of pump stations that we have down there and the high unlikelihood of having to do all the gymnastics that we are fearful of, I was not convinced in listening. And what has happened is that the $710,000 project has now become a $1.7 million project. And what troubles me is that by taking on the design, it is true, as Jake said, that there is money in the budget that would cover the $400,000 or whatever we're going to spend on design for this project. Money's there. $710,000 is there, ready to go. But when you approve this contract, you are basically signing on to growing this project from $710,000 to $1.7 million for yet another pump station in a highly dense pump station area. That troubles me. And what troubles me the most is what is the opportunity cost of that $1 million increase in cost? Whether it happens this week, this month, this year, next year, 5 years, 10 years from now, matters not to me. The opportunity cost is basically what could we have done with that money instead? And from the years that I've been here, I have seen virtually no pipeline replacement projects executed by our district. And yet I have heard year after year after year, it's in the budget, it's going to be in the CIP, just wait it out year, and never gets done, never gets done. And so there just came a point where I became frustrated and a bit dejected to see that we are unbelievable miracle workers when it comes to finding millions of dollars to buy pump stations and pay exit fees, and we'll finance it and get loans and go do this and do that. But when it comes to simple pipeline replacement of our deteriorating infrastructure, not a finger has been lifted. Nothing has been done. And here we have another case of the elephant's, nose under the tent. And I'm just having a hard time. And it's not like I am new to this. I have been around our business on financial and engineering operations for quite a while. I don't think that this is necessarily a horrific project, but I just look at it from the perspective that when are we going to stop inventing the need to buy new toys and take care of the toys that we already have? And we're not doing that. And we need to all face up very clearly to the fact that nothing has been replaced in terms of pipelines that's deteriorating in years and years. And yet we just continue to come up with millions and millions of dollars for bright, shiny new toys. It troubles me.
Just a point of clarification, General Manager, is that a correct statement? We have not replaced any pipelines?
I wouldn't say not any. We did 400 feet on Gopher Canyon.
I think the last time we did
haven't
was
done-
pup. I think
We
we did
haven't
a
done
pup.
any proactive
We,
replacement.
we,
We've
yeah,
been
we
reactive.
have. We did Nella Lane.
Yeah.
That was over 600 feet. We did Sagewood, which was over 600 feet. So we have done,
So,
done some projects.
Not enough. I agree.
Agreed. I
Yeah.
just wanted to make
Yeah.
sure
Yeah.
that comment was put in context.
no, I'll recognize.
And so the last that I remember that we did where it was a substantial of length pipeline was in our PUP program. And you know how long ago that was.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's all I really have to say. And my apologies if I offended the staff by taking opposition to their because I have a great deal of respect for the guys,
We know.
people that are working here, and it's not often that I find myself standing opposed.
Thank,
Well,
if,
what would you recommend? I'm curious.
What I would recommend would be to table this project. Go back and revisit the original scope of the project at $700,000. Figure out what could be done to meet all of these scenarios or as many of these unlikely scenarios as possible with the 700,000 so that we do not make a mortgage for $1 million that could be devoted to pipeline replacement. The difference between the 700 that's currently in the budget and the 1.7 that you are going to basically buy into at some point by doing this contract.
So if I get it right, then what you're stating is if we did approve this, basically you are agreeing or you're marrying this project and you're going to be adding another $1 million down the road.
That's what you're going to be doing. Yeah.
is that a correct statement from
Well,
staff?
there is a $220,000 investment here in a design.
But the design is for a 1.7 million.
It is. And I mean, that's,
That was the
again,
scope that we requested.
yeah.
That was the scope we were.
Yeah. So, but then obviously the approval of any construction contract or inclusion of the project in the CIP is full discretion of the board.
Right.
May I just, this was part of the approved budget. This is not a new project. This is not a pump station that came to fruition within the last few months. This,
And I don't think Flint saying that. What he's saying is he's concerned about the growth of the project.
Yeah.
To over double what it was originally budgeted for without.
You are
being-
correct. That's what I'm saying. That's
Yeah.
mainly. And the fact that we are,
And that doesn't include creep.
when we pull this trigger, we're basically buying into converting a $700,000 project to a 1.7. And if we look back historically at our pump station projects, I think 1.7, there is a very good chance that the number will be bigger.
Yeah.
Bigger.
And what happens if we don't approve this project and we do have a failure at one of our tanks and we can't get water to it? What happens to those residents?
I mean, it depends on the scenario. I mean, it really depends on the scenario. I mean,
When you look at this map, are all these things single point of failure?
no, not
If I don't
necessarily.
have Gopher Pump Station at all, can I get water from West Lilac to
Not efficiently. You know, there are some, that is the alternative to the project. You know, when this, we started doing these projects and I had to, go back and read these reports. The issue is there's very, small diameter piping that connects these facilities. And so you can open it up, you can open up and let the tanks see each other and move a portion of water, but it really requires, then you have to raise the level in one tank even just to get a decent amount of flow over to the other one. So this actually, gives you the ability to move a more significant water where it's needed.
in case of an emergency?
In case of emergency, very high demands, and the emergency could be power shut off, main break. I mean, there's multiple things that it would protect against. I think that's why, operations, really brought this to our attention that this would be
I think even
benefit.
just long-term planning for a known variable, these pump stations will need maintenance. We will have to take them offline to service them. And with what we now know and talking with operations is if we can expand this scope during those times, we're not in crunch time. We are not in panic. We can send water where we need that water to go. That's a known.
Yeah.
It's also true, Chad is correct. I believe it is also true that many of our new pumps, that several, if not all of our new pump stations have 3 pumps. And the third pump is there so that we can put a system, so that we can take a pump out of service without disrupting. So I just
Absolutely correct.
want to, I'm not buying, well, never mind. That's all I'll say.
Yeah.
Yeah, and just one point of clarification. I know Mr. Nelson's passionate about this, and I actually agree with many of his points, but he's the chairman of the committee. The committee did recommend approval. I think Mr. Nelson was very outspoken on this item, and I don't want to let anybody left with the impression that this was a committee dismissal of the project. The committee did ultimately recommend approval of the project.
You are correct.
Yeah.
You are correct. And we
Can you
had
state
two,
that?
we had 2 abstentions and 1 no vote,
Correct.
and which was highly unusual.
Right. But I think Mr. Nelson is speaking on his behalf
I-
as a committee member rather than for the committee.
Right.
No.
I am speaking, absolutely.
As
I
a
tried to
ratepayer.
say that earlier, that I have to separate my
Right.
hats.
Right. I just wanted
And
to
that's why I had. slip.
Any other questions for Flint?
I appreciate you, Flint, because when you don't want to change your electricity in your house, the stuff you don't see, right? And those are the pipes. And it's like, when will we have the time? When will we have the money to do that? So I want to prioritize that. So I appreciate your comments.
Thank you.
Chair recognizes Rick Carey.
Go back to the slide, please, that shows the Turner Hutton Gopher tank. So I've been farming north of Gopher for 31 years. Robert, for those of you who don't know, ran the Weiss water filtration plant, which is about from the Gopher. I need the slide back, please. Which is about 100 feet away from the Gopher tank. For more than 7 years, there's been a plan on the books and there's plumbing in place at the Gopher tank that we had to rent diesel generators and pumps for various reasons, involving the water authority, scheduled shutdowns and things like that. The no-brainer common sense was to hook up to the Weiss water filtration plant and fill Gopher from
Weiss.
From Weiss. I don't know what's happened with the divorce. I'm also irritated as hell that the pump stations were even put in place because we couldn't come up with a wheeling agreement. But if you look at the bottom of the slide, Gopher Tank, the Weiss water filtration plant, which provides, if you haven't seen it, it's a significant plant.
Yep.
In 1987, it was a chlorination station. It's all private roads that lead to that. It's a state-of-the-art water filtration system that is connected to the aqueduct, both raw water and filtered water. And these are 96-inch pipes, I believe. I'm intimately familiar with the pressure. We've done tests at connecting the level of the Gopher tank to my meter. I have 60 pounds delivered at my grove, which is more than enough. And the height of that water in those tanks affects my pressure, maybe 5 or 10 pounds. Going south to north from Gopher to Turner's in between there and Hutton, hydraulically, they're all at the exact same elevation. Gravity works. The water for 31 years has moved to the south just on gravity. 0 pumps, 0 threat of power shut off. Why aren't we revisiting the pump connection to Silverleaf, to the water?
That is something we would like to explore. The issue is you can only get it into Gopher Tank. That's the only thing.
No, you can go, you can push it north.
This is what we're talking about. The pipelines, and we've modeled the system when we were going through all this. The problem is the pipelines between the Gopher tank and the Turner tank and the Hutton tank are so small that you cannot move significant amounts of water through them hydraulically because there's too much losses in between. So the option, I'm sorry, I said this was the alternative project. The alternative project is you can build significant diameter pipelines between those tanks. But the problem was that was a $10 or $15 million project to actually be able to move enough water between those tanks. Now you can move some. You're right. You can move some, but we're talking about, we're talking about trying to protect when there's high demand, when there's, being able to provide enough water. So you've got it there.
Would have been nice to just keep a wheeling agreement going with the water authority, but we've talked about that.
We could have raised rates by 15% and stayed with them. That would have been the result of that.
The point is, there's a very inexpensive solution with a massive water, 18-inch pipe that you can throw a rock and hit from Gopher.
Yeah, but it only solves the Gopher region.
Just Gopher tank. And that's, I'll tell you this too, that is not off the table. We would like to revisit that at some point because it's a supply. But this pump station actually would then allow you to move that water into the Gopher tank and provide that water to the entire south zone. So that that would be a benefit too, to be quite honest.
Look at Hutton historically, which is offline totally in the winter because there's so little demand. And these tanks are typically only yes. I know, Jake, you weren't here. The TDS pros were removed. I figured that out with everybody else.
Is that true, Robert? Hutton? We don't take it down in the wintertime?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But Hutton is offline quite a bit because of low demand. The whole problem is lack of water sales. So this is, and there is a flow control between Gopher and Turner, correct, Robert? To try and mitigate the flows. It seems that we could, in an emergency, we could bypass that. I don't know what the design is, or it's a check valve. But I'm just saying, we keep going for these Cadillac approaches. I was also in this room when a design build was submitted for pump stations in the water authority right away, and this was years ago, that the water authority rejected. It was $76,000 to redo the design. And I can't remember the young engineer that was here at the time. And that was a footnote on a slide. And that was just like glanced over. I'm sorry, but I wasn't at the meeting. I wish I was, because I would have provided this insight. I still have the data logs from the pressure. I have detailed information on this. And I don't know that there's that much of a threat. If we get a Santa Ana LA style warning, we fill up the flipping tanks. That goes a long way to managing risk. I'm sorry, I don't get some of the decisions that are made and the expense where we're at, where we find ourselves now and the debt we're in.
Any further discussion?
No, call the question. Would recommend approval of the recommended action.
Is there a second?
I move we table it.
Yeah.
What were you recommending happen between now and if it comes back for another meeting?
I believe I want to do some more research in this because I started thinking this is all hypothetical. And one thing, as when the farmers were here, you know, hypothetically, we might lose whatever our percentage of base of agriculture if the water rates continue. And so some of this might be just all for naught anyway. So I appreciate Flint's knowledge. He's probably been here longer, and I've been here 8 years, and I think he might even be doing it longer. And I do like the ratepayers to speak up and remind the board that you are the ratepayers. And I do appreciate of also remind us that we haven't really done a lot of pipe replacement. And I know seems 2 or 3 times every year that we have pipes blow, and it costs our district a lot of money to fix the problems. And so,
So this project is in the budget, which you approved, and now you're saying you don't want to move forward with this.
It can be done
I-
at 710, but not at 1.7.
right. And that's where Flint's saying that once you agree to this, you're bearing that you're going to go on to this 1.7, which, and I agree with him, costs seem to be escalating, which might even be more than 1.7. And I think at this time, maybe it is best of our interest to concentrate on some maybe pipe replacement, some of these projects that really need to be done versus something, maybe this could be reevaluated in a couple of years.
I hear what you're saying because I'm kind of right there with you, but isn't this just for the drawings?
It's for the design.
We're not doing this.
But it's for a $1.7 million
It is.
design. It's not for a
Absolutely.
$710,000
You're absolutely correct.
design.
Absolutely correct. That's why we put it in there.
And you got to think once you've,
Committed to the design.
it's kind of like a snowball. It's going to get, and
Yeah.
I don't really know if I want to commit 1.7 or more when we have other aging pipes that are just totally breaking.
So if I may, because there's a lot of why hasn't staff considered X, Y, and Z? So if I could remind the board, in December of 2022, this board did approve a lease agreement with the city of Oceanside
Right?
for the wastewater treatment plant. The city of Oceanside failed to ever move the measure at their city council, and VID was also required to amend an agreement with the city of Oceanside, which they failed.
And the water authority basically told Oceanside that
Correct.
they wouldn't do it.
So this staff, this board did take immense action. We wanted to build the Weiss pump station to pump into the Gopher.
Yep.
When that became on indefinite hold, as Jake said, we looked at I think it was a 24-inch diameter pipeline spanning multiple miles. Just the off the napkin math was coming in over $15 million. Okay, keep going back down. What else can we do? We know we need to move some water, and we had a pump skid in this yard, which is intended for a completely different purpose. And credit to the staff here who said, I think we can hook it up and make some tweaks and make this work, but we really need it for its intended use, but you can use it for low wall to see if it works. And it's working extremely well. And so this Gopher pump station was budgeted in the last fiscal year to do it. And we want to do design. Now, in those discussions and when we put out the RFP, could we please get an emergency generator there? Could we please operate this via SCADA? Could we please? That was not included in the original 700. That was a bare bones, just move some water. Could we add some new valves so we could move water not just to the Turner tank, but to the Gopher tank and to other places since we're not going to get we. So I think to staff's credit, we have turned every stone over. This was not our first resort. This is, in my opinion, not a Ferrari. This is, I know there's going to be issues, whether it be power, fire, or high demands or scheduled outages, and we can solve for it. And I'm not moving any in the CIP. I'm not moving any other pipelines farther out. This is in our budget.
at one point, it's 710.
The scope that staff requested in internal discussions with the different consultants, and Dexter Wilson is staff's selected firm based on the proposals, was yes, let's make it have an emergency generator. Let's make it have some SCADA, which now requires you to have some HVAC. Do you want this building to be fireproof? Do you just want it to be under a tarp? So yes, it was included in there. Let's go ahead and expand this out, but we are not asking for the 710. And I do have to disagree with Flint. I don't think that the board approving a PSA then marries it, because we would have to come back to this board and ask for, hey, we would like to now go build this and allocate those funds.
And in the meantime, seek grant approval.
Yeah, and Grant's going to offset some of the $1 million, you know, or some of the 1.7, but it's not going to be 100%. It's not going to even probably be 50%. It's hard to say, but the other question I have is, we're now in a position where we can go back and try to resurrect the lease agreement. I think, I mean, we're out of the district. Now it's pure wheeling. There's tradition and standards of practice that the Water Authority has for that. So 2 years from now, about the time this thing comes online, we have a lease agreement in place. What happens?
You'll probably we will request $1.7 million to build a pump station at Weiss, which can only pump into Gopher. So you've tied my hands behind my back.
No,
I've given
I'm
you
asking the question.
the same money and delivered you a lot less product.
Yeah.
Spend a bunch of money on a redesign and a whole siting
Correct.
operation.
Correct.
And then, so the 300, but whatever you spent on Dexter is down the toilet, and now you're ahead going different.
I'm not saying we're canceling this, as we're committed to it, and Weiss comes online, and now the justification for the original project is substantially reduced. You know, you don't have to pump water to Gopher. You can only move it to Turner and Hutton. You know?
Well,
It's probably the same equipment, but
since I don't forecast prices going down, if we table this for some future date or cancel the project entirely, what are we left with? I mean, is this a project eventually we're going to have to do? Or can we live without this project?
I mean, I think it's a beneficial project. I don't know. It's more of a, what level of service do you want to provide? You know, there just could be we could foresee a time, you know, under some emergency conditions where, yeah, you're going to tell people
no water.
Yeah. And to me, that's unacceptable, but
I agree. But the other question I have is, we've got these 3 brand new pumps online, and we're still learning what their capability and capacities are in terms of being able to move water around the district. I mean, yeah, we have a general idea. We've done some testing, but you don't have any practical experience in the operational aspects that you'll learn as you go as situations arise and you have to make adjustments.
Yeah. I mean, I think we are refining those things. We do know the capacity of these things. And that was, I mean, if we're being, you know, we want to get into the weeds on this thing.
But that's a spec on a pump.
That was one of the
issues.
issues.
The resistance in the pipe it's pumping down.
No, that's what I mean. That's what we now understand. And actually it's better than the modeling had showed, which is pretty typical. You're going to, you know, you're going to design conservatively and do those things. You know, and that's one of the issues was when these things were designed, they were somewhat limited on the capacity because of the suction pipes coming in, because of the availability of pressure on the suction side, also on the discharge side. And so I think staff got everything they could get out of them, but there is concern, and maybe you're right. Maybe the demands continue to go down and you don't have those peak issues, but maybe they don't.
Maybe they don't. Maybe they go.
And so that's that again, it's a reliability project. It's completely different than a rehab or a replacement. But again, we wanted to kind of move forward with design work on this thing. Again, chase grants. There's no guarantees there. You know, there's no guarantee. I'm not going to tell you, oh yeah, we're going to get half of it or any of it paid. But we did want to move forward with the design and really get some, you know, kind of move forward with some reliability projects as well as rehab and rebuild.
So here's where we're at. I made a motion, recommended approval, failed because I didn't get a second. Another motion was made to table. It failed because it didn't get a second. So where are we, Mr. Attorney?
Well,
You're nowhere.
technically, your motion.
I just figured I'd give you the opportunity to
I
speak. You've
think
been awfully
Robert-
quiet.
I think on Robert Rules of Order, his motion is still prevalent. The secondary motion is not adequate. at this
Failed if
time.
it didn't get a second.
You're, but it has to be formally acknowledged.
Okay,
Technically.
then my motion's back on the table. I'm recommending approval.
I feel like I need more information.
I'm sorry.
I need more information.
Yeah, and that's the way I
Feel
feel.
that way about
I think your motion passes for lack of second. I'll entertain a second motion, which was made by Director Mack, which was to table it for at least one meeting. I'd like to explore this and get more comfortable. I'm not comfortable right now at 1.7. Particularly without pipe replacement being a priority.
I have a question. On the most recent pipe failure on Gopher Canyon Road, which was discussed today. Robert, correct me if I'm wrong, the pipe that transited underneath Gopher Canyon, smaller than the two connecting pipes.
That's correct. That's been.
The pipe, there's a pipe that crosses Gopher Canyon at El Paseo, go to Turner to the north. That had an emergency repair during the previous administration. I'd like to know what the pipe size is. It's currently connecting these two tanks. And do we have, and should the money be applied to replace pipe that's already there? And do we have uniform pipe size going?
Rick, what was said earlier is they've looked at that pipe size and to upscale it was 10 to 15
Well,
million
I'd
dollars.
like to see the detail. Do we have one choke point? Do we have the same condition going under Gopher Canyon that we had 3 months ago where we have one section of pipe that's smaller than the other?
I understand your question, but I trust engineering to have
Okay.
properly evaluated that.
Second is the agreement with Oceanside. The previous director that was here had a previous job in Oceanside, was part of the problem. I don't want to get into personalities at this meeting, but I have in-depth knowledge about some of the issues that didn't get that agreement with Oceanside executed. And maybe the climate has changed post-divorce, that should be revisited. The third option that I didn't hear mentioned, if we've got a logjam with Oceanside and VID, that's LAFCO's role to step in and review this, see if they can weigh in and resolve this. That's one of their charters, and they only have 3 charters, and one of them is to support ag. Anyway, I'll just throw that out.
Relative to the Oceanside situation, having been involved very intimately with detachment, it was my understanding that Oceanside was basically told by MWD that they wouldn't approve it.
San Diego County Water.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this pump
Sorry, Water
station
Authority.
that we probably may still currently need.
Yeah,
Even,
but the point is that was a leverage tool by the Water Authority to try to keep us from not detaching.
yeah, I'm just saying
And
the
that's
obstacles,
the
obstacles for not signing the pump station at Silverleaf predate any discussion of detachment.
Yeah, but
It's been on the books a long time.
I aware, ever since I've been on the board, we've had discussions about trying to hook that thing up. And we basically had a gentleman's agreement back in 2019, 2020 with Oceanside that said, yeah, we'll support this because we'd like to sell the excess water out of Weiss.
Because we do it anyway, at great expense, renting equipment, and then we have to run highline pipe. And
Yeah.
then cross. them.
Right.
Sense to put it underground. and have it-
So staff will go back and take a look, and I don't know if it's a month, but we'll reconsider and see what we can come up with.
Even if you can't consider, do a better sales job on the justification. All right, because I'm like Flint. I'm uncomfortable. We're not spending enough on pipe replacement. You know.
Okay.
And I know these projects creep. So this motion is, this item has been tabled to the next board meeting. Yes. There's a motion. He had a motion to
And you seconded, didn't you, or no?
Well, we need to be more specific in the motion.
I move that we table this.
Let's wait till Lisa comes back in. Chad, relative to your planning, is it possible to have Dexter itemize out individual items such as emergency standby generators that we could, still put the pump stations in, but not have the generators installed initially?
We happen to have the president of Dexter Wilson in our audience.
Oh.
Might direct that question to Natalie. Yes,
Yep.
I don't know, and I'm going to put Natalie on the spot.
Anyway, all
How
I'm
far
saying
we
is-
could go without a PSA.
All I'm saying is if we go forward and we have the project to be able to give the board step funding opportunities in terms of implementation of the program. rather
That was some of the notes that I wrote down. Bare bones, Honda Accord, Ferrari, kind of my steps on that. But Natalie, if you want to speak to that.
Right. What I would recommend is in the course of doing the design, you're not only preparing what the improvement plans are themselves, but you're preparing the documents that the contractor will bid to. So you can certainly prepare a base alternative, which might more fit the original scope and intention of this project. That would be what you would call your base bid. And then you have additive alternative items. And
Okay.
those you would then be able to pick and choose from the contractor's bids. To have a uniform platform under which you would review multiple contractors' bids. And then at the board discretion, you could approve the base bid and or one or more of any of the additive alternatives.
Okay,
So-
thank you.
Sure.
We were waiting for you to come back. Director Mack's going to restate his motion to defer this item to the next board meeting.
Yes, that's exactly what Mr. Hamilton said. I'd like to move a motion that we defer this item to next month's agenda. That gives us more time for feedback from staff and for us to get a little bit more
Comfortable.
comfortable about how I'm going to vote on something like this.
And I'll second that. So moved by Director Mack, seconded by Director Hamilton. All those in favor? Aye. Opposed?
No.
That was 3 ayes and 1 nay. The motion passes. Item number H, 9H, consider adoption of a resolution authorizing staff to obtain federal financial assistance provided by the Federal Department of Homeland Security and subgranted through the California Governor's Office of Emergency Services.
Well, this item got put on the agenda while I was on vacation, so I'm going to let Ahmed take this one.
All right, so to give the board a little bit of background, this in 2022, the federal government released the SLCGP grant, state and local cybersecurity grant. Cal OES was responsible for it here in California, and they received 7.9 million in 2024. They were awarded out of the total amount, 7.9 million. In July of 2024, Cal OES started accepting grant applications, and they had a deadline for September 27th. The district, the board directed the staff to apply for this grant. We started putting in lists of what would be priorities for us on our cybersecurity front, what we needed to achieve. Some of those things were cybersecurity maturity assessment, SCADA backup systems, endpoint detection and response, vulnerability scanning, inventory purchasing, patching, updates, firewall upgrades, and cybersecurity training for the staff as well as for the IT department. So we have basic and high level training, as well as cybersecurity compliance management software. All of this together, we came up with 179,791. There was an option, what we would be our minimum to accept, and we put in 137,489. On December 24th, I got a text message from Jake that we were approved or we were selected for the grant. So
In the full amount.
in the full amount,
Yep.
179,000. We've gone ahead and fulfilled initial requirements like doing Center for Internet Security's cyber hygiene assessment, as well as contracting cybersecurity infrastructure security agency CISA to do an assessment on our infrastructure here. CalOES does, however, require us to get, as part of the application that we will be submitting in March, to get the board to approve the adoption for the general manager, myself, Constantine, and our grant analyst to sign off on any grant related documents that we receive, as well as pursue those documents. So staff recommends option 1 to adopt that resolution, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Yeah, just to give you a little, I mean, this is really a credit to Ahmed. We didn't use any outside services. Ahmed wrote the entire grant. We were and puts, I mean, there's some really, really good improvements in there that are really important for the district. He put it together himself. Like I said, he got awarded for it, and it's a really great grant program. There's no match. So this is 100% grant funded, so no cost to the district. And yeah, we get $190,000 worth or $180,000 worth of cybersecurity upgrades and really IT upgrades that, yeah, otherwise we probably would have had a budget for, right? Those are budget savings. So
AI.
No AI. No, we're not budgeting for any AI.
No, I meant
You
writing
can
the
get it free
grant.
from China.
Oh, no.
Writing the grant, AI helps.
It was a pretty simple grant. It wasn't,
Okay.
it wasn't too complex. It was straightforward. We went to a grant writer and they said you'd be wasting money.
Oh,
coming to
good.
us. So we were like, we took it upon ourselves.
Good job.
Is there any risk of Doge stealing or sucking back any of this grant to the state?
I hope not, but I'm trying to work as fast as possible as we can before anything changes.
So that they have the money right now, so if we can spend it as quickly as possible, it's hard for them to pull it back.
I'm
Okay.
hoping so.
All right. Any other discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll second.
Moved by Director Irvine, option 1, seconded by Director Mack. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. Item number 10, informational items.
I think everything was included in the packet. If there's any questions, I know myself or staff could answer.
We don't need to approve it or anything. Reports and comments? Joe Manager's report.
Just a couple things. We covered the AP news story. I was going to talk about that, but that's another thing we're continuing some efforts on. On the water supply front, actually just came out today. The State Water Project increased their allocation to 35%. We've been talking about that for a bit, and so that 35% basically represents about 700,000 acre feet to Metropolitan. That's their allocation from the State Water Project. So this is water that's coming from up north. What that means is likely they have a surplus of imported supply this year. So probably no draw from storage. The other thing, so that's good news. I know there's a lot of talk of drought down here, but the imported supplies are actually in pretty good shape still. And that's an indication of 35% allocation. For budget season, which we're about to go into, and I'm really appreciative that Constantine's on board and we're rolling forward with that. I just want to give you kind of a schedule for what's coming up. We're going to present the draft CIP with some adjustments next week. And for the E&O committee, what we plan on bringing to budget and finance is like a water sales forecast. So basically a budget for water sales for the following year. And then also, of course, review those kind of key draft pieces with the board in March based on committee input and those kind of things. So you'll see that in March. In April, we'll be bringing forward the draft operating, non-operating budgets for review for the first time. And then we have a joint board and committee workshop on May 6th. I know Therese was scheduling that. So we'll get the E&O and budget and finance and board have a special board meeting workshop. We did that last year a couple of times, and it was really helpful getting a lot of input and moving that onto the May board meeting for where basically we would have a final budget. So just wanted to kind of give you a heads up on that. Also, just want to thank the board. We had our employee annual banquet a few weeks ago, and appreciate all 5 of you showing up and the appreciation that we get to give the staff in that way. We had a record turnout for that event, so that was really neat. But just wanted to thank you. So that's it.
Question for you, Jake. Can you elaborate maybe in next week's or next month's meeting? You made something about, I think, Met. There was a possibility we could buy Met water at a cheaper rate.
Yeah, so they had a program. This was at the end of last year, the reverse cyclic program, where they had offered basically pre-purchase of an allocation of water. And really what happened, the way it would work is, basically you would have paid in 2024. So I need 2,000 acre feet or 3,000 acre feet, whatever it is. They choose when to deliver that water to you, but they do deliver it at that rate, right? You've already paid at that rate. So it would offset rates going forward. The issue was our reserve levels did not allow for us to purchase anything significant, which is unfortunate. I think moving forward, if they ever offer that program again, we should absolutely do it. It kind of pained me not to be able to do it. I know you never know where your demands are going to be. That was the risk, right? You wanted to make sure that it was like a base load of your demands, because if you didn't take delivery, there was actually penalties. So you'd have to, but we know, 3, 4, 5,000 acre feet is a pretty safe bet regardless of weather. So anyways, that 2024 program came and went, but hopefully in the future, if it comes up, and really it was targeted directly at a Met budget shortfall. They had included selling some of this water out of storage, $60 million each year over these 2 years. And really they'd never really identified where that was coming from. It was something that was included in their budget. And so this actually helped close, basically they pre-sold water to fill that budget gap, but obviously it'll come at an expense in the future.
Way to lock in rates.
Yep.
Legal counsel?
Oh, thank you, President Hamilton. I did a written report and update on a new employment law that took effect last month, requiring water districts and other public agencies across the state to hold a public hearing at least once per fiscal year on recruitment, retention, and vacancy rates. The stated purposes of this bill was to address the, quote, critical issue of high vacancy rates within local public agencies in California, end quote. So essentially, under this new law, once per year, public agencies must present the status of their vacancies, recruitments, and retention efforts. And during the presentation, the law requires agencies to identify if there are any changes to policies, procedures, or recruitment activities that could lead to obstacles in the hiring process. And employee organizations are allowed to make a presentation during the public hearing. Then there are additional requirements that kick in if the agency has a vacancy rate of 20% or higher. And if that's the case, then the legislation goes into details about more specific information that are required on vacancies, number of applications, and the hiring process. it was interesting. This was this bill was one of 3 bills last year, all dealing with this perceived vacancy and high vacancies and rates. The concern seemed to be, directed more at cities, but the way the bill came out, it applied, broader essentially to all public agencies, essentially. All 3 received a lot of opposition, but the other 2 bills were defeated. But then this bill made it through, but it was amended. There was originally a requirement that the agencies would have to affirmatively do a meeting of her process with employee organizations before having the public hearing, but that was deleted. With that deletion, this one did pass.
And so you will see this during this season. I think we're planning on April. Yeah, April, you'll see that.
I was going to say, does this have any financial impact on us in terms of implementing?
Just staff time. Yeah.
Yeah. And I like the fact that we're now passing laws over perceived needs versus real needs. What can you expect from Sacramento? Thank you very much.
Thank you, President.
Board member comments.
I have one comment, actually 2 comments. One, I just wanted to understand the mechanics of this one item that we tabled. What's the vehicle by which the board members are going to receive additional information? Is this going to be re-agendized on a E&O meeting? Will that meeting then be open to board members? Do we need to do a workshop? You're going to do a staff report? How are you going to provide the additional information requested for the board members on that particular item, so that when we come to the next meeting, they have had the information that they need to make a decision?
Yeah, I think staff has got to huddle up and kind of figure out exactly what we want to bring back, try to address the concerns that were raised and still get the kind of the benefits out of the project that we're looking for. But I think we got to huddle up and kind of bring it back. But
okay, so between now and the next meeting,
and it'll probably be back on your E&O agenda as well, I should say.
It won't be next week. So it'll probably be 2 months out, I would suspect.
I don't want it.
Yeah.
And I'd like to hear from the new CFO, because I still remember the last one were really brought up to us, that the red flares of financial problems that we were at. And so I really would like to hear his comments about this also.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
to check
on reserves. Yeah.
So to my point, staff will come up with some vehicle to pass additional information to board members.
So we'll bring it back. We'll bring it back through. Yeah, we'll bring it back through.
But I don't want to necessarily see it. I want to see it on the next board. I don't want to, if you have to go back through E&O, then we need to go back.
I think E&O.
We spent almost an hour and a half in E&O on this. So what is it that you would bring back to E&O since the E&O committee recommended approval?
Yeah, I mean, I think maybe we could bring it directly back to board. Yeah. So, but we'll
see if they can address some of the concerns that were raised in discussion.
So perhaps a staff report, another staff report, filling in some of the details that board members need to
try to address those concerns.
Process. Okay.
I'm not sure how this works, but I'd like to see it before the board meeting.
Yeah,
it should be. It would be in your board package.
Okay,
just like
so it would
was
just
here.
be.
It gives you 10 days because
I want a presentation on a PowerPoint or something.
Okay.
With you talking.
That's good input. It is. Yeah, well, okay.
Instead of reading it, like I would love to hear your voice and explaining it.
I hear you. And I've been teams in the engineering team and taking my own notes.
Great.
The March is next Tuesday. So as the general manager said, that can't happen.
You've missed your window.
It is a huge stretch to get it to your March board meeting with the data that's being requested. April is, we can probably do it. I need to get with Dexter Wilson. We need to revise it. We need to come up with numbers on these different scenarios. I cannot promise that this can be done at your March board meeting. I will try everything to do, and that's what I've been teams in the team.
Does that adversely affect your program? Just delays it by 2 months?
At least, yes. Okay. At least. And I think it was an 11-month design effort. So
yeah.
And then
I will be pushing I will be pushing extremely hard to make that March deadline.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Second part of my comment, just wanted to express my appreciation to Chad and Robert for a tour that we took yesterday. Got to see the district facilities, only probably covered about half in a
6 hour
day. Yeah, so what it did is opens up your eyes to realizing just the vastness of the infrastructure that's needed to cover such a large square mile radius, and then trying to understand how many rooftops and how many meters are supporting all that infrastructure. It just puts a lot of things into context from a budget point of view. So it was a very valuable tour. I appreciate the time that Chad and Robert spent on it, and that
Have they
concludes my
been given
comments.
access to the GIS?
We can.
Oh, you
One,
were
one
gonna
of the
do
things
that.
you can have is
Oh.
access to the GIS thing that gives you full access to the, I mean, if you get in and just cruise around, you'll find that we have meters that are a quarter mile from the property sections that run through 3 or 4 other properties.
Right.
I mean, there's some really crazy things that in the infrastructure that we have to support.
Yeah.
So,
Thank you. That's all I have.
Lisa, do you have anything?
No.
Director Mack?
No.
I only have one. The Santa Margarita Watershed Steering Committee apparently has a new water master.
Heard that.
And since I missed the last meeting, I don't understand whether his contract was not renewed by the court. But there is a meeting on March 11th, a Zoom meeting to approve the new water master, although the court is the person that approves the water master. So I guess it's to meet the new water master.
I hadn't heard that they had picked somebody.
Yeah, his
Okay.
named, I'll forward you the email if you didn't get his. Frank
I heard
somebody.
that Pressler resigned though.
Mhm.
Or something. Yeah.
Overpaid for what he does. At least the last guy was. Board reports, CSDA.
No.
You don't have anything to
don't have a
report?
meeting.
Okay.
We have a meeting yet.
LAFCO,
Yeah, I tuned in the last LAFCO meeting. There wasn't a ton on the agenda. I don't think really anything that impacted us.
yeah,
Yeah, so
probably not.
really nothing to report.
although you did.
I did get a nice email from the executive director, very appreciative of us concluding all of the requirements of detachment, and so that was nice. A note from Keene Simon. Yeah, Keene Simons.
EMWD. I don't know that we have, I know we've been trying to set up a meeting between our ad hoc committee members in Fallbrook and EMWD that is still ongoing because their schedules are too busy. Aqua.
There is the spring conference in Monterey, May, help me, Therese, May what? 13th through the 15th.
And if you're not planning to go, you probably are going to be staying in
Timbuktu.
Yeah, in Palo Alto or someplace. Committee workshops, seminars, or training sessions, anything there? Item number 12, request to attend upcoming meetings, conferences, or seminars.
Yeah, the CSDA has their legislation days, and I request that that's in also May. Help me out again, Therese. May what? That's for 2 days.
20th, it's the 20th, I believe, and 21st. It's the week after
May
Aqua.
20th. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay.
And that was, since you guys don't, that's kind of interesting. What they do is, the very first day they get you in groups, and then they kind of go over what they want you to. You're gonna each group gets to go see a different congressman, and they have an agenda, and you there to ask questions to try to get some answers. So it's quite interesting, and you get the kind of a mini tour of the.
Is it in Sacramento?
Oh, yeah.
Yes,
You get to go again. You actually go and
To the representative's office and speak with him if you're lucky, or
Yeah,
his
like,
chief of
well,
aid.
It's about 50-50 times I've gone, you talk to the representative, but we got to talk to, what's his name, Marine.
Yeah.
He was wonderful.
Marine Walden.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but it's kind of nice to see. And
But you at least get in front of their his chief of staff or him or the individual themselves.
again, CSDA will sit with you and they kind of have questions they want you to ask, so you don't get to do everything
You're-
you want. but
Yeah,
what they
you,
want.
you pursue the CSDA agenda.
Yeah.
Hopefully it's consistent with ours.
In many cases, but sometimes where you have a pressing one, you're frustrated because I really want it. Suggested agenda items for the next board meeting. 9F was tabled.
Mhm.
Mr. President. I was out talking to Dexter Wilson person and when I came back in, did I hear that 9F is not going to come back to committee?
It can't come back to committee because the committee agenda has to be posted yesterday or something, 10 days prior to the meeting.
Well, I heard Chad say that he did not think that he would have this ready for the March board meeting, that it would be more likely the April board meeting.
Correct.
In which case, to have an April consideration.
True.
Board committee consideration. I'm just asking as.
No.
As a due process. Point of due process.
That's between engineering and
Yeah,
I
I'd like
don't
to
have a
comment on
problem with
that.
that.
Yeah, I mean, it's been to committee. It was heavily evaluated and debated, and there was a recommendation to the board. So I think that's settled business with the committee.
Committee.
I don't think
And there-
coming back for another 2 hour or whatever discussion in committee, if it's the board members that need additional information, then we have the information, then we need to get it to the board members and then bring it back to the regular meeting.
You don't think you can have the information?
I am going to do everything I
You
can to
can,
have it for
okay.
your March board meeting.
Okay. And so I'm putting it on the agenda item, but it may slip. I don't want to see us holding this project up, but I also want to make an informed decision. And I think there's enough questions here that engineering can go back and answer those questions and possibly, as I say, do a little better sales job on addressing the concerns that the board has.
I may have misunderstood too, because I had the impression that there was going to be potentially a reworking of the scope of the project or whatever, and that.
The only reworking of the scope, and I think your representative from Dexter addressed it, is
Modularize it.
modularize it so that we could say, well, okay, we only want to go with A and B right now.
Just
But
trying to put the hat back on to represent the ratepayer as to their due process here, that's
Right.
all.
okay, no problem. If there are no other suggested things, we are adjourned to closed session. We'll take a 15-minute break.
Okay.
And resume at 4:00.
Hi.
Hi.
Okay, resuming open session from the closed session. Legal counsel, do we have anything to report?
Well, thank you, President Hamilton. The board met in closed session to discuss two items. First, conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Sections 54957.6 and 54957. And the second item is a matter of anticipated litigation, significant exposure to litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D.